Thank you, everyone. I bring this meeting of the Select Board together. It's Tuesday, June 9th, after 6 p.m. here in Memorial Hall. If you were able, please join us in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Begin with open forum. Who is here for open forum today? Okay, with multiples, I'll move left to right. All right. Please, if you'd like to start. Are you guys together or? Yeah. Sure, come right up.
Good evening. My name is Everly Ebb of 12 Peters Farm Way, and with me is Mirtha Leslie of 4 Peters Farm Way. Together, we represent a brand-new Westborough Community Center Foundation, WCCF, with our nonprofit status currently pending. Thank you for allowing us to speak to the Select Board and the residents of Westborough.
Evelyn, can I just ask you to speak more into the microphone because we get
Usually people tell me I'm too loud.
yeah.
Okay.
But people at home sometimes can't hear, so
Okay.
or in the audience too.
Well, thanks for allowing us to speak tonight. Our foundation was born from a simple belief that when community cares deeply about something, there is no limit to what it can accomplish.
When funding for the community pool was not approved, we saw an opportunity not just to raise funds through corporate sponsors and grant makers and community partners, but to help create a community center that will benefit Westborough for generations to come. We are starting with the pool because it is more than a pool. It's a provider of health benefits. It provides a place to learn water safety. It is recreation. It is connection. Most importantly, it is a first step toward creating a vibrant, year-round, intergenerational center that strengthens the quality of life for everyone who calls Westborough home. We fully support the vision of an active living senior center on the first floor and a recreation center on the second floor. But we also see something even bigger, the opportunity to create a true community hub, a place where children can learn and grow, families connect, veterans find camaraderie, and older adults remain active, engaged, and independent. The building at 500 Union belongs to all of us. It is 1500 Union belongs to all of us. It is our building, our investment, and now our opportunity. The question before us now is how we work together to make it extraordinary.
It is that shared vision that inspired us to act. Alongside our board members, Maureen Sullivan and Sarah Dulay, whose decades of service have helped shape our community, and Dee Angelakis, our treasurer and member of the Westborough Finance Committee, we created the Westborough Community Center Foundation to help turn this vision into reality while helping ease the burden on taxpayers. Tonight, we're asking for your belief. Belief in this vision, belief in this community, and belief in what Westborough can accomplish when we come together around a shared purpose. Because the Westborough Community Center will be more than just a building. It will be our legacy, an investment in our children, our families, our seniors, our veterans, and the future of our town. A place for all of us to gather all year round. Just imagine what we can build together. Thank you kindly for your consideration and your support.
Thank you.
Joanne Aramini, 7 Meadow Road. At the Select Board meeting on February 25th, 2025, the Select Board discussed the need and intent for an inventory of current transportation projects that were to be prioritized in line with the allocation of town resources. The work was supposed to help the town move forward with transportation projects given current fiscal reality. The work was done by another one of those working groups that does not include public representation, and the public's not allowed to attend, and for which there are no meeting minutes. Not very transparent. 6 months later, in August of 2025, an inventory of town transportation projects and future opportunities was presented. Basically, it was a regurgitation of the complete streets listing. None of the noted current transportation projects were prioritized, and instead, we got an additional wish list of transportation projects that have not even been discussed with the public. And there were no recommendations offered in terms of the allocation of our resources. Money spent and remaining monies for current projects weren't even noted. No real information, guidance, or recommendations on how to move forward, given our fiscal reality, on the town's transportation projects came out of the work group. There was no plan of action discussed as to how the town would move forward or any next steps to work through transportation projects. At the Select Board retreat this past April, Member Welch brought up again how the town has so many big and expensive projects going on that it's overwhelming and public input is needed to better understand which projects the public wants to prioritize and pay for. Nothing has happened yet. When is the public going to be given the opportunity to weigh in on the priorities? Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the capital planning committee did receive all of the transportation project requests. So the planning committee did have those. And we do have some documents that show that. I did look through the capital planning document today based on the comments that we've been receiving. And I don't think that we're showing the transportation projects in a clear way. So I do think that that's something that we can address. And we actually talked about it at the finance team meeting, how we could bring it up sooner. But in the meantime, I think we can put those transportation projects in a clearer way into the current capital plan. So I just wanted you to know that that is something that's been on our radar.
And Christy, as a representative to the Capital Expenditure Planning Committee this past year, am I correct in understanding that the capital expenditures that are part of the budget book, it shows all of these things out 5 and 15 years out? It may not be necessarily, as I think you just described, transportation projects, but by description, you can go through there and understand. And as far as the public transparency piece, that is all done in an open meeting, through the capital expenditures planning team.
Yeah, but I will say that we can do better to make it clearer how those are laid out in the plan. So we'll do that.
Are you talking about the capital expenditure meeting that just happened this year? Because, is that the
Can
one
I
that you're
just
talking
last-
about?
Well, I don't think this is an agenda item, so I think we're starting to get into discussion on it. But I think the point is, it will be an upcoming agenda item, right? I
think it
sounds
should
like
be,
it is
yeah.
something we need to discuss. So
Yep. Well,
we shouldn't open it up to discussion here.
right,
yeah.
but you guys aren't supposed to comment either particularly. I just feel if somebody else comments, then I should have the right to
No,
comment as well.
I just don't want
Yeah.
everybody to
Yeah,
start.
I get it. So, yes, I agree that it should be an agenda item because it's not clear and things have changed, but we can talk about that later. Thank you.
I ask that you all use your microphones. I'm having a hard time hearing.
Okay. All right, so moving on to our next agenda item, which is interdepartmental transfers. We're allowed to request interdepartmental transfers near fiscal year end, so in May and June. This is then a standing item during that period, and we do have one request for this meeting. Yeah, even closer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So related to youth and family services. Christy found her.
Yep.
Kim, thank you.
So this request is for a a transfer from the expense line in the youth and family service budget to the wage and salary line. As the board may recall, when we were going to town meeting in March of 2025, which was when this budget was approved, the week before town meeting, we had settled with the clerical union. So we were adjusting all of those wages as well as non-union because we had completed the non-union compensation study. So this adjustment was missed. So that's what this is intended to do, just transfer from available expense line contracts that were ultimately not as expensive as we anticipated. So we have funds within that budget. Again, we are just moving them from expense to wage.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Sean, I just indicate that I will recuse myself from this topic as my wife works in the Youth and Family Services Department.
Thank you, Patrick. Yes, please.
I would move to approve the interdepartmental transfer to move $4,000 to be transferred from Youth and Family Services Professional Services to Youth and Family Services wages as presented.
Second.
So, and just for clarity for the public, its amount requested was $4,000. So, sorry.
All right. Thank you very much. And Ian, thank you for the second. Any other comments? All those in favor? 4-0. Okay. Item number 3 on our agenda, approval of a Civic Plaza plaque installation.
Hello,
Good evening.
George Grosner, 49 Warren Street, and current president of the Civic Club. So I'm here to respectfully request that the select board approve a proposed plaque for Civic Plaza. The plaque would be 12 by 18 inches, cast bronze, something looking like that. And if you're curious as to how big that 12 by 18 inches is, it's this big. The wording on the plaque would be Civic Plaza and then established to the generosity of the Westborough Civic Club in commemoration of 50 years of service to the community, in the year being 2026 is when the plaza got basically built. The plaque's being done by a company called Expose Signs and Graphics in Hopedale. I asked around town and their name came up several times. Like I said, it's 12 by 18 inches, cast bronze. We're looking to mount it on the side of Town Hall, between kind of above the planters that are against the wall here, between, about this high, basically. Seems like a good place to kind of do it. And I would also like to kind of add, as Civic Plaza continues to develop, we anticipate bringing forward proposals for additional features and improvements into the plaza, along with appropriate recognition of the organizations or individuals who've made those contributions possible. So we see ourselves coming back here in the future for additional features and subsequent recognition. That's what I was looking for. All right, you have any questions?
No, thank you. Anybody? Ian?
Nope.
I do have.
Can you just talk into the microphone?
Oh, Bill Kohler, Vice President, Civic Club, along with George. I do have I have no need for this.
you have
because
this,
George
right?
has-
Yeah, we've in our packet. We've in our packet too. So.
Thank you. Looks great.
I just had a comment. When I saw this in our packet, I was out there last night, and I know between the two windows, kind of in the assessor's office, I think it's a perfect spot for it. So I think it's a great, fully supportive. Thank you again to the Civic Club. It's a great amenity out there. I'm looking forward to seeing flowers in the flower pots. I know that there's mulch and dirt in there now, so it looks like they're ready to go. But no, I think the spot for it is perfect from my view. So very supportive of it. No questions.
I'll just add, very appropriate. I think the design is very nice. I love the location. So thank you very much for the Civic Club. Obviously, the 50 years of service. I think this is going to be very nice for that area for folks to understand the relationship between the town and the Civic Club. So thank you.
Would you like a motion?
Yes, please.
I would move to approve the installation of a 12-inch by 18-inch plaque that is substantially the same as presented to be installed to the outer wall of Town Hall facing the Civic Plaza, subject to approval by the Department of Public Works.
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Great, thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much. Can't wait to see it up. Item number 4.
This is to create a gift account for Lake Chauncey. So as we mentioned in your packet, we've had a resident reach out. You can come up, John. A resident reach out, just stating that they're interested in making a donation. So I'll let Jen speak to that. But we would need to establish a gift account in order to receive that donation.
Hi, Jen Kirkland, Recreation Director. So yeah, as Christy said, I had someone approach me very seriously about potentially donating some money to help offset the costs of operating Lake Chauncey. We haven't, and so I'm just here tonight to set up this account to be able, so that we're ready to receive the money should they move forward with their donations.
Is it my understanding that this is an individual, I guess, who learned to swim
Yeah,
Truman, a lot of memories.
A lifelong resident who was very excited to hear that there would be lifeguards back at the beach and wanted to support the operations and help offset the costs of the lifeguards at the beach. So.
Excellent. Any questions?
Just a question, I think I know the answer, but it might come up in the public. It's, so you have a revolving account right now where fees for programs are in there. This is set up a gift account because this is a gift. It's not someone paying to.
Exactly. Anytime
whatever,
somebody
so-
wants to give us money, we need a gift account. Similar to the pickleball courts when Nelson Ball generously donated there, we have a gift account where we're able to receive donations into.
Perfect. Thank you.
In the gift account, it has a specific purpose, right?
Yes,
So it has to be used for that
Yep.
purpose.
Yep.
Any other questions? Motion?
I'm on a roll.
Yeah, you
you're
are.
crushing it.
Makes the minutes easier.
You guys
Right.
have asked good ones.
I move to establish a gift account, the Lake Chauncey gift account, to be expended under the direction of the Recreation Director for the purposes of supporting and funding costs associated with operating and maintaining the public beach.
Seconded.
Over here. All right. Any other comments? All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much. Next, we have item 5, a request to waive administrative fees for the affordable units, the new post road project at 222 Turnpike Road and 171 Milk Street.
Good evening. My name is Tom Montelli. My father and I run Post Road Residential, and we were before you all and the planning board throughout 2025 and early 2026 for our projects along Turnpike Road and in Milk Street. In March of 2026, the planning board approved our project both on the site plan approval and the special permit. And I'm happy to report we're currently, in the capital markets trying to make this deal a reality now, raising the financing to do so. And I'm here before you today to request the waiving of the water and sewer privilege fees associated with the affordable units in our project. And the way that those fees are calculated is off of the bedroom counts. So the request is a waiver of those associated bedrooms associated with the number of affordable units. So for the north parcel, that is 43 associated bedrooms, and for the south parcel, 41 associated bedrooms. And I believe you have the detailed information, but if you'd like, I can go through the specific numbers.
Any questions? Yeah.
So I guess my question would be this: the fees are the waiver of the fees is specific to the number of bedrooms that are associated with the affordable units, which I believe are 15% was what was negotiated with the planning board. If I remember correctly, it was 20, and through the process, you all.
Correct. Yes, the DPW charges the water and sewer privilege fees based off of bedrooms.
Right.
So the specific number of bedrooms I just mentioned, 43 for the north parcel, 41 for the south parcel, are coordinated with the unit mix of each of those developments, and specifically the bedrooms in that unit mix for the number of affordable units.
Right. But correct me if I'm wrong here. The expectation would be that there's one hookup for sewer for each one of those buildings, and this would represent a percentage of the fee for each one of those buildings based on the number of bedrooms you just specified. So I believe there's more units than 43 bedrooms in that entire building, right? So there's,
Yes.
So I'm just curious, do we have a number of what the dollar figure is that we're talking about for each
Should be
building?
in your
I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, it's Patrick, for the north side, the water fee is actually, if you look on page rather than me reading it,
Yeah.
it's in on page 27 in our packet.
Okay.
The numbers start there,
Must have missed
and
it.
then roll on to the next page.
If someone else would like to continue on, I'll see if I have any other
So
questions.
just
Yeah, here
for
we
the
go.
public's benefit, the total water and sewer fees for north parcel net of the waived amount will be 937,500, and for the south, again, net of the waived amount is 855,000.
Correct.
So I don't have any questions for the applicant per se. I would just make a comment to the board. These are sizable numbers, and I wonder if there's an opportunity in the future for us to have a discussion in regards to modifying our policy to either prorate or eliminate the waiver of fees when affordability is either reduced or eliminated on these projects. This is an additional incentive, and in this particular case, it's an additional basically waiver of fee above and beyond the waivers the planning board already gave the applicant for allowing this project to go forward. So again, a future conversation to be had as to whether or not it's appropriate. For example, we went from 20% down to 15%. Should the waiver be reduced only by 25% as a result, or should it be removed entirely to be an incentive to maximize the affordability in those units? So just future consideration.
Right. And did the planning board waive other fees? I don't
No, they waived other conditions of, right.
Conditions, but
Yes.
no, okay, but no fees.
Not that I don't remember. I don't think
Right,
so.
yeah. I mean, I would say currently, this is sort of standard practice.
It is.
for
I'm
us
not-
for
I'm not-
affordable units.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not suggesting anything otherwise right now. I'm just saying future consideration. When you see these kinds of numbers, it's pretty big.
Got it. Any other questions?
I think my only question, this is really to the board and potentially to Mr. Montanelli, but where I thought you were going, Patrick, is given the number, it's two different parcels, right? Granting the waiver now sort of locks this board in to like all of them being waived. And the projects have been approved, but as the presenter just mentioned, financing is currently underway, which I understand. I'm not trying to like upset the project here, but
Right.
it's just kind of like, are we certain that this waiver is going to result in the project being delivered as presented? It probably is. It's just kind of a thought in my mind of, should we be doing this in two phases, north and south, as the projects are presented?
I would just say that your motion identifies the number of affordable units at each address. And so it wouldn't be able to, no one else would be able to benefit from that unless they were doing the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, I skipped over the motion, so. And what project is going first? Remind me, north or south?
North.
North, thank you.
And I guess as a follow-up to that, I would just say, as they're trying to get financing, this then allows them some certainty on their costs as they're going out, at least.
Those are intertwined, I get it.
Yeah.
John, you kind of alluded to my point. Can you guys hear me? This is the first time I've spoken tonight.
You're louder than the rest of us.
All right. Well, I'm trying. I used to be against this policy. I was dead set against it. I didn't understand the policy in the sense that it's not saving the future affordable tenants any money, right? Like it's saving the developer money, but there's no pass on. Like the rents are fixed and the number of units are fixed. But subsequently, I'm on the Affordable Housing Trust, and you alluded to the fact that when these projects are put together, there's a lot of moving parts, but particularly the finances and the costs and the potential income. And one of the things that's factored in is the waiver of these fees for the affordable units. And if we're trying as a town to encourage more affordable units, I think this is a good policy for us to continue. I understand your point too, so I don't want to belittle that, but I just feel like we should waive this because it will, if it wasn't factored in, you might have seen a waiver down to 10% or a waiver, to another number, right?
Yep.
And I think that's, obviously I would have preferred the 25%, so we got all the units counted on our SHI, but I think it's good that we're getting some moderate income units and some 80% AMI units. So
Okay, great. Do we have a motion?
I'm sorry, Sharon, can I just, for future consideration, I think Patrick's point ties into, I think, a bookmark we've all said of, let's keep an eye on sewer capacity and kind of water. So I appreciate you bringing it up, and I think it is worth future consideration of how decisions are made on larger projects that may be made across the street that we should be thinking about.
Yeah,
So that's all.
To be really clear, I've supported this in the past. I'm
Yep.
going to support this again tonight. So I just think it's something we need to look
Yep,
at again.
that's all.
Okay. So
I will
future
move-
discussion.
I will move to waive the water and sewer connection fees for the 31 affordable units included in the development at 171 Milk Street and the 28 affordable units included in the development at 222 Turnpike Road.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just so we're clear, that wasn't the extent of the ask. The ask was also related to building permit fees, so I just want to make sure that.
But I think the proponent just asked for
Water
the
sewer.
water
Okay,
sewer connection.
okay.
Right.
So I didn't ask whether it was asked for any more because I went with what was asked.
I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure that,
Yep.
I guess I was the only one who didn't understand, so I
No,
apologize.
no, you're fine.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item number 6, acceptance of 190 to 212 Oak Street, parcel ID 33-43-0.
So this is, we actually have the developer here, but this is a sending parcel that was negotiated with the planning board. I actually think, Mark, you were on the planning board at the time. And so we've had the proper votes through town meeting, and so the board just needs to execute the deed in order to move forward with the acquisition of the parcel.
Christy, for the public's benefit, and two things. One is, what's a sending parcel? And I'm challenging you here, and you're like, assessing and other. What's the sending parcel, and can we be a little more clear about where that parcel is? I don't know if you want to show it.
Do you want me to? Okay, so the transit-oriented village over, which is the zoning over by the T station, allows the planning board to give a density bonus to a project. So Hana Place, which is was a 14-unit project with a commercial building. Actually, 3 commercial buildings were originally approved. Requested to convert the 2 additional. They built one, but they requested to convert the 2 additional commercial to an apartment building in order to get a density bonus and create more units per acre. They have to donate land to the town, and the planning board can determine how much of a bonus to give depending on the size, value, utility of the parcel. This was a 2-acre parcel at the corner of Oak and Milk Street, directly next to the courthouse. It actually has an easement for the courthouse to access their driveway. I think one of my points is I think it'd be a great spot for our new branding and wayfinding sign, "Welcome to Westborough," because it's right where you come off of the cloverleaf for Route 9. If you're coming to Westborough. So yeah, anyway, the point is, I hope that answers your question.
This is
does.
similar to what we did with Veterans Freedom Park for the
Similar,
original,
but on a smaller scale.
much smaller scale.
Yeah.
But that was a much bigger
Yeah.
development. But same
Well, that was
area.
26 acres and
But just so
almost-
folks know, in a sending
oh,
parcel where
yeah.
how we got that property was the same.
yeah, it's the same. I mean, there's
Yep.
anyway.
I'm clear on it. I knew what a sending parcel was, but people are like, sending us what? Right?
Yeah.
So,
An
and
extra
where
piece
is
of property given to us to allow them to do something at their original property. Right, essentially? Yeah.
Another property, yes.
Okay,
But it's one that we have to agree with. It's not they just can't dump a parcel on us.
right, so it requires a motion.
I would move pursuant to the vote taken under Article 25 of the March 22nd, 2026 annual town meeting to accept from Hana Realty a donation of the property located at 190-212 Oak Street for general municipal purposes.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, item number 7, proposed police department monument location and conceptual design. We have our police chief here. Hello, chief.
Good evening, everybody. Todd Minardi, your police chief. Just give me a quick second. So I come before you tonight to ask for your support in placing a monument in front of the police station. This is a conceptual design at this point. This is what the monument would most likely look like. The vision for it is establishing a permanent tribute, creating a lasting legacy for both our past, present, and future officers. It's a space for reflection, providing a dedicated environment for remembrance and strengthening our community bonds, celebrating our core values, a physical representation of the department's commitment to public service, sacrifice, and community, and also in recognition of National Police Week that happens every May. I see a lot on social media of other departments every May holding, events out in front of their police station with monuments and everything. It's something that I've wanted to bring to our department and to our community for quite a while. So the location, again, it's right in front of the Forbes building, in front of the police department entrance. There's a bench there now that you can see, and that belongs to the trustees of the Soldiers Memorial. They actually want to move it closer to Parkman Street, where there's actually the Veterans Memorials. Would match the benches that are already over on that side. The location is fully ADA compliant and ensures equitable access for all community members. And it would be landscaped in a design that emphasizes tranquility, and it's got a nice use of natural light, as you can see from the picture, when the sun actually shines, as long as it's not on a Saturday or a Sunday. So again, this is a conceptual design. I think you were given a copy of this. It's just got some hardscaping and some landscaping around it, something that's going to be low maintenance, easy to maintain. It's got a bench. And again, it's just in honor of the police officers that have served in the past and serving now and will continue to serve in the future. So really, again, the goal is to create a dignified space that honors our officers and our department's history, strengthens the connection between the police department and our community. And I'm here again to, secure your approval for the location. I've met with the trustees of the Soldiers Memorial. They're supportive of this. Again, they actually want to move their bench. I had that discussion with them. The Veterans Advisory Board, I also just reached out to them to make them aware of it. They were supportive. The DPW has been made aware of the requests and has no issues or concerns that, at least that they've brought to my attention at this point. So that's really about it. Have any questions? And just so everyone's aware, I'm not seeking any taxpayer money to fund this project. This will be completely funded through donations, mainly by the police foundation, but also through the gift account that the police department has.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions?
Oh, the last one was my question, so you answered it.
The funding part?
Yes.
The most important. I almost left that out.
You answered my question about funding, but how would somebody donate to either the gift account or the police foundation?
Well, my recommendation would just be to write a check. You can go on the westboropoolicefoundation.org has a website.
Okay.
And the police gift account, they literally just write a check to the police department. We deposit it in the gift account. The gift account really hasn't been used much since the creation of the foundation. We kind of direct people in that direction. They do
Better to go to the foundation?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be the best course.
Yes.
Thank you, Sean. So, Chief, very supportive of the message. I love the words, and I think it's appropriate to have this message in front of your department. I am not, however, in support of this particular monument. I believe that area should be dedicated solely for the purpose of memorials. This is, to me, not a memorial. I would be in support of a memorial to municipal staff that we've lost in the line of duty, whether it be fire, police, DPW, or anybody, is to be part of that memorial space. The way that, and I can see the back and as well, it doesn't look like there's any expectation that there would ever be any recognition of any future officers or employees of the town to be recognized on such a monument, which would raise the question in my mind about You know, is the fire department going to come want a memorial like this there? Is the DPW, is other departments going to look for this? I think we can do a more consistent job across all the departments, recognizing the sacrifice of staff in the appropriate time. I would actually suggest, because again, I am supportive of the message. I am supportive of putting something like this as a plaque on front of Forbes building, similar to how we're putting the civic plaque on this building, to speak to what you're asking, so that people can understand this is the police department and this is what the police department in Westborough is all about. So just my thoughts on what you bring before us. So thank you.
The fire department actually has a monument stone out off of Milk Street. They actually have a flagpole and a monument there.
Right, that's the 9/11 monument
No.
you're referring to?
Nope,
No,
separate
They have a
monument.
They have a separate
memorial,
monument by their entrance.
Okay.
but it is a memorial, right, to fallen firefighters. I thought,
I don't know exactly what the wording on it is.
we have a firefighter with us, but I don't know if that,
I'm sorry.
it's intended to be, so we're clear, it isn't the one at the fire department, not the 9/11, the one that is
Yeah.
just to the right of the entrance,
Okay.
the personal entrance, is a memorial.
And that would be appropriate.
Right.
I would be completely in support of that. I think this is more of a message to the community about the you know, the purpose, or I'll say the standards of the police department. To me, this is not a memorial, and that space there, in my mind, is dedicated. The town has specifically set up that space, bringing all the memorials from around town to that area for that purpose. And unfortunately, we're in a war right now, and who knows what the future will hold. So I'd like to see that area reserved for that future purpose. And again, I'd love to even see it be used for municipal employees in the future. Bring the fire department over here, create a space for all of them, maybe.
So I certainly understand again, I think the intent, I mean, it looks beautiful and all of that. I'm curious if the memorial aspect of it could be achieved, God forbid, in the future. In that the back of it is solely reserved for recognizing those officers who have, fallen in the line of duty, rather than what has been presented to us. So that to me might walk that line, because it is obviously right in front of the police department. I appreciate the points, Chief, that you made around certainly the recognition as well as the reflection in community. I have some other thoughts about like this layout as well, but those are really side. But I'm curious to hear the board's thoughts on it.
Well, yeah, I just want to respond back to what you said in regards to the memorial. Yes, I mean, I can see that in the packet, it does show us what the draft version of the back is, and right now there's language on there. It doesn't lend itself under the current design to be a memorial. I would also say to the board that a memorial, if you look at them all out there, the memorial has the names on the front of the memorial, clearly stating what the engagement was, World War I, II, et cetera. This would have to be significantly redesigned, and if that is the intent of the board moving forward, then I would say that there's a deeper conversation that would need to be had about what that look should be. Maybe it's even larger so it can accommodate all of the things that you kind of just outlined there, Shelby.
Yeah, fair point about front versus back. Thank you.
Did Shelby have more comments on location?
Honestly, it was really kind of trivial. Well, not trivial, but I appreciate the ADA accommodation. My thought was that those between the monument and the bench, the way the schematic is drawn, it looks like there are like bushes or foliage within. I would just say get those out so it's truly accessible, because it looks very tight there. So I would keep the foliage off the actual pavers. That was sort of my comment.
Yeah, I actually don't agree with Pat on this at all. I honestly feel like putting a dedication like this and at the entrance to the police station, and we've spent a lot of money ensuring that is going to be the home of the police station for many, many years to come. I realize that we have other memorials there, but we have Veterans Freedom Park with 26 acres that we could memorialize everything we wanted. We just got a 2-acre parcel next to the courthouse that we could do a memorial at. I mean, these are opportunities that, they don't all have to be in one place. I'm not sure why we would object to this at the entrance to the police station. I guess I understand Pat's point. I don't agree with it, though.
I guess if I understand you correctly, to me, it's a sign. It's not a memorial. So, that's the question I have. Is it appropriate to have a sign in a space dedicated where the town has spent literally tens of thousands of dollars over the last 30 years or so to bring all the memorials to that space, specific for that reason? I agree as a sign. I love the message, and I think it's completely appropriate to have it there at the building. I just don't think it needs to look like it's on quite frankly, a headstone in front of the building. It's not a memorial. It's not memorializing anybody. It's just recognizing the police department.
It's recognizing officers that have served, that do serve, and that will continue to serve.
Sure.
So, we're going to put the names of every police officer that's ever worked for the police department that's passed away?
No.
I mean, fortunately, we haven't had a line of duty death. If we did, then yeah, this would be a different request.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have one more comment to you.
No, I would just say that I don't think it was a sign. I think that it wasn't asked for as a sign. It was asked for as a monument. It wasn't asked for as a memorial. I hear fellow select board folks, but I think this is what is proposed to us. I think it's appropriate. I think you've done the right steps. You've asked the trustees of Soldiers Memorial. We have the letter in our packet for their support for it. You spoke to the veterans for their support. I appreciate you bringing it forward, and I'm supportive of voting for this.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would just add, I'm also supportive. I look to the other monuments in that area, and they are memorials, but they also reference everybody who served in those wars, not just those who died in those wars. They represent the service of all those individuals. And so I think that's what the chief's asking us to do here, is to recognize the service of he and his fellow officers. So those to the left of us are memorials. Those plaques just list those who died. Those memorials in front of the building also memorialize the service of everybody. So, and that's sort of what the request is here. So I am supportive, and look forward to you moving forward with it.
Can I ask a question about the logo that's been presented? Is that the correct or current, logo?
Badge. Yeah,
That is that's the,
that's our,
I don't know.
Yeah,
Because it looks
it's-
like it says Westborough. That's why I was asking.
well, it's AI generated.
Okay,
Not
okay.
100%
Okay, so
accurate.
that's not the exact,
No, and
But
how
the
it comes
intent-
out, where, when they sandblast the stone or however they engrave it, might not have as much detail.
so the
might
intent
a
would
little
be the badge.
Yes.
There, okay,
Yep.
thank you. I guess I would ask, are you interested in flexibility on what the back says in consideration for some of the comments here in the future?
Sure. Of course.
I actually wouldn't want if we ever do have a line of duty death, I wouldn't want it on the back. I'd want to do something more prominent.
I would agree.
But
And
I mean,
God forbid we ever do. So that's
God forbid, but I think, as we've seen with other things, I think having this spot here, we could actually move things. We've moved monuments before, and we could make it with a separate monument if we ever needed that. I hope we don't. But I think this is a specific ask here. Again, I think the comments about putting the names on the front are appropriate, not on the back, but I think that can be accomplished.
And if that's the intent of the board, I'd be more supportive of this but I'd want to see it designed in such a way that it would allow for that future use. And, and I certainly appreciate the donations from the Westborough Police Foundation to make this happen. But I think it's important that we design it so that it's got a long-term use, if that's, again, the expectation and the intent of the board. So,
I think if we ever have a line of duty death, we should cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yes.
And it's going to be a big deal. and we're probably going to do something bigger than this little monument. No offense. No offense. I think this is great. But as a town, I would hope that we would do something more momentous, more, again, let's hope it never happens.
Appreciate it.
For purpose of discussion, I'd make a motion. I would move to approve the installation of the proposed police department monument in the proposed location, subject to coordination with the Department of Public Works as presented.
Second.
Okay, further discussion.
Yeah, thanks for the motion, Ian, and second, Mark. So I would just ask that that our comments reflect, or I don't know if the board is supportive of this, if you look to where the foliage is, to me, again, in creating a space that promotes community, if I look at this, it looks like you couldn't get a wheelchair around there. So I would just ask that the landscaping be to address growth, because no one ever does, that plants actually grow. And I would I don't know. I just be honest with you. I'm not thrilled with what the back says, to be honest with you, because it kind of looks like an advertisement. I sit here before you and I don't have a recommendation of what that should say as part of the discussion.
Yeah, I too am not a fan of what's on the back for similar reasons.
I
I think that can be a discussion with the chief after this. I think, looking at him right now to acknowledge it. I mean, I don't think it's our job here to decide what the monument poses, but I think providing comments, and members of the public can provide comments, I'm sure, as well, for that. But
yeah, the question is are we okay with the proposed location? Primarily.
Motion.
that's the motion. Yep.
Installation of proposed monument, proposed location. So it's both.
But I think, as was stated, it's not a finalized design at this point. As we noticed, it's AI generated. There's work to be done. So
So is it coming
But
back to us for final approval?
I don't
think it,
think it would.
Okay, well, I think,
Well, then we should have that conversation then.
I guess the conversation is, do we decide what's on the monument?
Well,
My answer is no.
Here's what I suggest. I mean, my sense of the board right now is there's a majority that's going to vote to support this, but there's also, it sounds like there's an appetite to allow to have, or the message sounds like it's going to the chief right now, that is hearing that he should bring this back with the final design that the board can discuss. So I'd be okay with that.
I'm not asking for that.
Okay.
Neither am I.
Okay.
I think the police department, with the foundation who is paying for this monument,
It's on town
well,
property.
the only thing I'm going to say is we went through 2 or 3 meetings having the Civic Club come before us with wording and what are we going to do on a plaque that's going to sit on the thing, and we just approved that specific wording. And I don't know.
well, wait 1 second. Did we? What was the motion?
I'd
So
have
it's installation of the proposed police department monument in the
No.
proposed location.
No,
So-
no. The
the
Oh.
Civic
Civic
plaque
Club was substantially similar to what's proposed or something.
substantially similar. Right. Substantially the same as presented to be installed. So
sure. Thank you.
I would just add, the size of the lettering on the back, whatever it is you don't like about it, can be addressed. Again, it's a concept. However, the stone at the fire department gives recognition to who provided it. And I think the foundation should get recognition. That's why it's on the back.
So maybe that's the litmus test. We go take a look at that and make sure, hey, if we're going to do something consistently, it should be that way.
I guess I would just ask Chief that, and I haven't been over to the fire department when I've seen it before, but I don't remember what it says. I think if we can have some continuity with that, I'll make a point to go over there tomorrow and take a look at
I
it.
think it was maybe donated by the firefighters.
Yeah, well,
Association or something
whatever
like
it
that.
says,
I
whatever
don't
it
think we
says.
approved it.
We probably
God
didn't.
knows how old it is.
No, exactly.
Really
I was going to say
Something came
there
before
probably
us,
wasn't.
that I recall.
Right, right. So I will make a point of that and just like, I mean, I trust you're going to do the right thing here. I just feel like it just, and maybe that's it. Maybe it's lower down, donated by the police foundation, and that's it. I don't know. I mean, then we have a QR plaque, which I think is kind of cool because it's the history, and I don't know where that is. That's on the bench.
Well, I don't know if we would even end up doing that.
Okay.
It
No, I think that, I mean, it's, we
depends.
gotta kind of be, it's a modern
Yeah.
monument. I get it. Right. So, so anyway, if you're open to some input, I will support this. I just, think it needs a little work.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? 4-1, the motion passes.
Thank you, Chief.
Chief. Item number 8, the fire chief hiring process, search committee, and job description.
So in your packet is the same memo that I provided previously about your options related to an external or an internal search. I also have provided recommendations for the fire chief search committee, as well as information about other search committees that we've had previously for different positions that are appointed by this board. It would be great if if the board was able to come to a decision tonight about whether it's posted internally or externally so that we can get it posted and begin the process. You could, if you didn't feel ready, you could potentially wait till the next meeting to seat the search committee, but just in terms of determining the process, that would help us move forward. Also, approving the amended job description would also help move this forward because we always post the link to the job description with any advertisement. This was reviewed by our assistant town manager and our fire chief. Just some pretty basic updates to the job description.
All right, thank you. All right, I think start with the discussion of whether or not we want to do an internal or external search. I guess we started that discussion at our last meeting. I sort of put that out to folks now, and then after that decision, then we can talk about the specifics of the search committee. My understanding is that we came to agreement on that there should be a search committee at our last meeting, but we didn't come to the thoughts on specifics. And then finally, we can review the job description unless there's a reason to do it in different order.
No, I would just say that the charter requires you, unless you're doing a promotion, if you're doing a search at all, you have to have a search committee.
Okay.
And the only requirement in there is that the town manager is on the committee.
Got it. Well, then maybe that's why we decided to do it. All right. Yes, first Patrick.
So thank you, Sean, for outlining that process. I think that's very helpful. I wasn't at the last meeting. I was remote. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank our current fire chief, Pat Purcell, for his service, commitment, and advocating on behalf of the town in so many ways for so many great projects across the town. I'm also glad that he spoke to the fact that he's built a strong bullpen of people in the fire department that would be very good candidates for the town to consider. That being said, I've just got to use the analogy there for a moment to say, where would the Red Sox be if they only pulled from AAA? Where would David Ortiz be today? Would we have won World Series? Would Tom Brady have been on the Patriots if we had to choose only from local college teams? The big question I have is, what is the harm to going to external? The external process allows us to have a deeper pool of candidates, and it also makes it a more level process for all of the candidates, including the internal candidates. I've heard, I think, comments from the board in the past in regards to concerns over the process. If it's internal, it'll be better for the department. And I'm concerned about that because I can envision, as Pat said in his presentation, if I can paraphrase what I understood, was that there are a number of candidates. We currently today have 1 deputy, and we have 4 captains and 8 lieutenants. I don't know who would be interested, but let's just say 4 of those individuals decide to come forward and put their name in the bucket. I don't know what the situation would be. What would the morale be if a lieutenant was chosen over a deputy? How would that work out? What would that do to the department? I don't know. But I think it's pretty clear in my mind that if you have an external process, you will see that no matter the level of current individuals internally that apply, they will have seen that process to be very level and even-minded across internal and external candidates. I will also just mention that, our past deputy was hired on an external process by the town of Natick, which is a benchmark community for us. And finally, as I said the other day, or our last meeting, I really find that anything less than an external process is not fully beneficial to the community. We really do need to get the best possible candidates in such an important position. And today, in the private sector, the vast majority of hiring includes external candidates that are out there today. So just throwing that out there to the board as to what my thoughts are. Thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
I thought he marked his hand raised before.
Yeah, I did have a question. I'm trying to process Pat's comments at the same time, but when we discuss the search committee, does the agenda, are we appointing a member now, or is that something we'll do in the future?
Potentially, if we get that far in the discussion.
Okay, I'm not throwing my name in the hat.
Yep.
I'm
But that
just
would be
curious.
part of that.
It-
Once we determine the actual makeup of the committee, there's a recommendation here.
All right.
Once the
I'm
makeup's
going to
determined.
defer any comments. If you guys have comments, I want to think about what Pat said for a little.
Okay. So, happy to say a couple.
Yeah, I'm happy to as well.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And I think this will probably echo what I said at the our last meeting. One of the charges that we've asked kind of across our departments is to really build bench strength so that we have an opportunity to and not just in the top leadership position, but really to promote from within and build a bench. I think it promotes continuity, it promotes job satisfaction. We keep people in town that we want to keep in town by providing them opportunities. I understand the thoughts on an external search, and in many cases in the past, we've been involved, and I think it was necessary to do that. I think this is a situation that we have in front of us where we have a chief who's built a really strong department, done a lot, echoing, not to repeat what board member Welch said, really been a strong department, strong leadership positions. I don't know of any individuals that are there, but it sounds from what the chief told us that there are some that are interested. So I am in favor of listening to the requests that came from the chief. I think it's an opportunity for us to do something here to really, I think, continue to solidify or enhance morale in the department, provide continuity to a department that has been run extremely well. And for that, I am supportive and would vote in favor of conducting an internal search for the new Westborough Fire Chief.
All right. Thank you, Ian.
Go ahead.
Good. I'm in agreement with Ian. I guess my reference, I don't know about the Red Sox and the Patriots. I think through what I've seen in terms of when I've been a part of a department, say, where the leader of that department left, if the department was running well, the expectation would be that somebody internally would be promoted to continue the effective development of that department, and that if it was felt the need was to bring in an external candidate, that was sort of demoralizing to the department and was a message often, not always, but often, that there was something wrong and that things needed to change. I don't think anything needs to change with our fire department. I think it works very effectively right now, and it is one of the strongest fire departments in the state. And for that reason, I would be supportive of an internal search to see if there is a candidate within that pool. And it sounds like there are potentially a few who would be interested, who could raise themselves to fill Chief Purcell's shoes. I would also mention that as part of this, there is and correct me here a little bit, there is a state assessment that can be done of sort of all these candidates where they are go through the same rigorous testing to help evaluate all candidates. So it's not just really word of mouth or internal reviews, but there's a sort of a separate assessment process.
So it's not through the state. We have used an assessment center. We did that when Chief Laurie was hired in the police department. So you can contract with an assessment center and have folks come in and then they score the candidates based on their performance during the assessment center.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so I think there's more I need to learn about that, obviously, but there
It's the same
is
spirit of
sort
what you were
of,
saying.
yes, some sort of outside independent assessment. So because of that, I'm okay with an internal search process.
Yeah, so I stated last time, I firmly believe in promoting from within when possible. And I think it's good for the morale of younger or less experienced to know that they have an opportunity in the future, that if they work hard and, become eligible, that they may be promoted from within. So, I am supportive of that, and I'm going to use the analogy, since we're doing sports analogies, and I love analogies, as you all know. This is a race, and I think the people in our department have a head start, and I don't see anybody running them down because, they'd have to. That head start's such a big factor. They know the department, they know the programs, they know the systems, they know the people. A lot more things I don't even know, but Chief Purcell does understand those advantages, and he came in here and emphatically endorsed an internal search, and I haven't seen him lead us astray yet. In the 11 years he was here, he's been amazing, and I can only hope that we can duplicate that or come close. So I've followed his lead on a lot of things, and I'm going to continue to do that in this instance. As much as I appreciate your comments, Pat,
Thank you.
you had some good insights.
Okay, thank you. Great comments by the board. Given this a lot of thought, took a lot of notes during your everyone's comments here. So I'm not going to do necessarily a pro con of internal or external, but so I'll just give you sort of my thoughts here. I think that the responsibility of this board is to put the right person in the right seat, and it is solely our responsibility to make sure that that happens in collaboration with the search committee. We absolutely have set the tone around the importance of building bench strength and promotion from within and growth. And I think we've done that consistently across many departments, too many to name because I'll leave someone out. But that is not a guarantee of promotion. we went through, I was on this board, Ian, you were as well, I don't think the other members were, a very challenging time when our then assistant town manager, Christy Williams, was in a place where our town manager was leaving, and it was like, what do we do? And I remember it was painful.
Yes.
It was very painful. And it was like, you've got someone sitting here, what message is that sending if you don't just say, she's the gal, right? But this board said, she may be, and we're still going to do a search. And it was hard. Like, it was, I remember those conversations. And I remember that there was tension and it wasn't all great. It was also at a time when the relationship between this board and the outgoing town manager also wasn't great, right? This situation to me is different. We have an amazing chief who has done all the amazing things we know, and yes, I also trust him. And we have, as he's already stated, great morale, and we just finalized the contract, so things are very much on a high. I think that there is potentially I think when we do an external search, those individuals that want to rise to this occasion, they're going to apply. We do them no harm by saying, put your name in the hat. We want the best of the best. And very possibly you might be a leg up because, you got the vibe of Westborough, you know about projects, like that all may be true. But I say sort of put it to the test. Our fire chief has never shied away from a challenge to create the best department, to be innovative, to bring this idea of a regional dispatch, to now say, let's, consider a collaborative effort with another town. He's an out-of-the-box thinker, and I've always admired him for that, and it's paid off very well for this town. I think that we need to push the bar here, and we do no harm, in my opinion. I think this idea of risking morale, I'm not so sure there's a risk. I think that you put it out there and you let the best men and women, people apply to it, let them apply. Let the process work. It's going to be fair for everyone. And I should add that we have our current police chief was an internal guy. We went through an external search. Did we?
No.
No.
Oh, we didn't. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. I thought we did. Okay, we didn't. Sorry, I was thinking. It was Jeff. No, it was Jeff Laurie. It was Jeff Laurie. I forgot. Sorry, I was thinking the guys because I can picture the Rhode. Sorry. I can picture the guy in the Rhode Island suit. I made a mistake. Shoot me here, okay? And I'm thrilled that we promoted internally with Todd. We went external for DBW. It was a different situation. I think each situation is different. If the best candidates are internal, they will rise to the challenge in an external search. We do, in my opinion, no harm. And so to that end, I would be in favor and strongly ask this board to consider doing an external search.
Thank you, Shelby.
So can I make another?
Yes.
So I'm torn because in my analogy, like you give people a head start, that doesn't mean they always win, right?
There's that tortoise and the hare thing, right?
So, yeah, exactly. Like just because I think everybody in the department has a head start, is there somebody who could chase him down and win this race? I don't know. I don't know that, and I wouldn't know that if it was just an internal search. But this is the first time I've done this, So I mean, we did it with the planning director, but it was a much different process, I think. So, yeah, go ahead,
Sean, if I can just make a comment. I guess, thank you for your comments there, Shelby. Very eloquently said. I would just say, going back to the examination that was discussed a few moments ago, a very simple example here is if we only do an internal search, we'll never, those people could, I don't know what the scoring system is, 1 to 100, let's say. And they may have really good scores on it. but I don't know if I have an external person who might have gotten a perfect score, right? And not that that's going to be the only criteria by which that candidate's going to be looked at. That's just a small example of we're not getting that line of sight to other candidates. I agree with Member Marshall completely. I see no harm in this. I see people will rise to the occasion. It'll actually make them better candidates, stronger. They will come forward with their best effort, as opposed to, and I love the bench strength that we have. I have no doubt. I've seen, my neighbors had a fire at the house in the middle of the night. I've seen our fire department perform in the tough situations. I am extremely impressed by that department at all levels. I have no doubt that we have a good candidate, multiple good candidates. I don't know if all of them will apply. I don't know how they compare to others. And that's why I think it's really important as we represent the community that we get the best bang for a buck, for lack of a better word.
I also think that when you do an external search, it almost, the pressure on an internal search, I think, could have the reverse effect of, let's say you got 5 individuals that decide to apply, and it's only about those 5. And someone's going to get their feelings hurt. Someone's going to be disappointed because, and they now have to live with themselves, so to speak, in that house, versus opening it up and being like, hey, like, it's almost like you almost create, in my opinion, more morale, because you if you're not the person that goes forward but your buddy does, like, awesome, because I believe in you, you're part of this department. Like, I feel like external gives you the best, gives us as a town kind of the best swings at the plate, to use
We could also fall into the opposite trap. So we got really lucky. We got a fantastic police chief. He's done a great job, but he was the only applicant in that last process. We didn't have the opportunity.
Oh, well,
Right.
we didn't request any others.
Right, that's my point. Yeah, exactly. So we didn't even get to see the other, well, it was an internal search, but nobody else.
fall into my trap.
I don't think anybody else came
It
forward.
was not. It was a
internal
promotion.
search.
It was that's right, it was a promotion. I just fell into the same trap again. Yeah. But yeah, okay.
I mean, I think I would say I would agree with it would bring everybody together. If we did an external search and 4 internal candidates applied and none of them received the promotion, I think it would be the opposite of morale building. I think we talk about how excellent our current fire chief is. And he's telling us there are individuals in his department who can fill his shoes, who can step into his shoes. And we talk about how much he's thought out of the box and how much we've trusted what he said to us. And when he came before us with his department's needs, that we understood what the requirement was, and he explained it very well to us. I feel like this is sort of at the last hour going, yeah, thank you. We do trust everything you say. We're going to do something else.
Yeah, I appreciate that perspective, and I've noodled that over many times. I also think that he is outgoing, and we can take that into context. When those individuals come through, whoever's on the search committee, ultimately when the recommendations come to this board, I have no doubt that if there are internal candidates, that's going to play in the mind of like, oh, this is a person who's, whatever their credentials are, now they've been part of Westborough for, 4 years and so on and so forth. That's going to be a lens that they as applicants can bring forward and speak to what they've learned, the culture, what they feel about Westborough, what they see for the future and why they want to be here. So I absolutely respect what the chief said at the last meeting. I said, no, I think we need to do an internal search. I've had conversations with, they reached out to me, members of the public who had differing opinions. As we talked about it, they were like, yeah, no, we should probably do an external search. I mean, that was kind of generally the vibe, out of no disrespect to anyone currently in the department, and certainly not our chief. we may have the best people in right down the street, but we are not going to know that. It's sort of like saying, you're an all-star in Westborough. Great. Let's see if you're an all-star in the state. Let's see if you're an all-star in the country. Like, what is the harm? To me, this is all about putting the right person in the right seat and doing so effectively, kind of blindly at this point in the process of that decision, not obviously blindly in the search. So anyway, points made.
Okay.
So can I ask another question? Sorry.
Sure.
So the search committee has to advance candidates, right? Two, possibly, at least minimum
At
of
least
two.
three.
Right, minimum of
Probably three.
two,
Yeah,
probably
two,
three. And if they feel that there's not two or three qualified candidates, then what happens? Do we go back and open it up to an external search at that point?
So great question. I'm just going to say the likelihood of that happening, think about morale. We decided to do an internal search. We looked at these individuals, not what we thought. Talk about a morale disappointment versus we opened things up. We let everyone in. There were lots of people that applied, which I would expect. And then from there, we whittled it down. It just is kind of like the cream of the crop kind of then gets selected versus, I just don't think it's internal
I'm just
search.
asking what the process.
Yeah, well,
No, I mean, I understand your points, but I'm just,
they could decide to not bring anyone forward is the short answer. Yep. Yep.
For the sake of discussion, does anybody want to bring forward a motion?
Yeah, I will. I would move to conduct an external search to fill the upcoming vacancy of Westborough Fire Chief.
Seconded.
Any further comment? No?
Actually, trying to put my words together here, but I think everyone's talked a lot about respect for the chief and the great job he's done. But I think the one thing that, to paraphrase what he said, he didn't do it by himself. He did it by building a strong department, and that strong department has done the town well. So when I look at that and then I think about, okay, if we go to an external search, we're gonna have a job description that says, hey, we have a very well-run department. Well, what needs fixing? Well, we don't know. I think it's actually fairly well-run, and we're one of the best in the state. And the external candidate's like, okay, well, what do you want me to do? Well, we want you to come in and just run it the way it's being run. Which I know is not specifically how I'll ask it, but what are we going to put in a job description of what we're looking for that's different than what we have today? If I was an external candidate looking at that, I'd ask the question, well, are you really serious about looking for somebody, or are you going to give a preference? Back to the analogy of your internal candidate. I could be wrong here. I understand external searches I've supported in the past, but I just feel like we have a situation here where I know absolutely things can be done. Nothing's perfect, but I just feel like we have such a well-run department with a team that just does so well. It's not just the fire chief, it's that department, it's his leadership team. That to me, I just feel like it's not doing the best for the community to go with an external search here, because I don't feel like, from my side, that I'm going to be I'm asking someone to come in at a disadvantage, and, thinking about it in the internal external, are we actually going to get the best candidates? Because if I was doing this, I'd be asking, okay, are you really serious about, hiring, or what are you thinking about? I think we have a really well-run department and really strong individuals, and let's see someone saying, well, why are you actually looking for something outside if you have such a well-run department? Why wouldn't you be hiring from within? So,
Sean, if I So, great point, Ian. From my perspective, it's not about asking the candidate about what you're going to change. And I would look for the selection committee to be looking to that candidate to speak to their expertise. None of us on this board and none of the people on the selection committee are going to be experts on management of a fire department. Right? I don't,
Well, I think
except for maybe,
typically we bring an external.
okay, but there might be one, right? So we've got to discuss that, right?
And our police chief obviously has.
Might also have some opinion, but my point is this, that is a really good question to be asking the candidates, internal and external, as what do you see the opportunities for the department? We may think it's the best thing since sliced bread, and it's great, and I agree with everybody on this board that our fire department really is a wonderful fire department. But maybe there's even more that can be done. Maybe there's some great ideas that we don't know about as a board or as a selection committee. That should come out through the process of questioning that individual. What do you bring? What do you bring to the job? What's your knowledge? You know, what are your ideas? What did you see at your department? Or what do you see in our department that maybe didn't get implemented before that you would like to bring forward now? You've been in Westborough for how many ever years? Probably the candidates will be 20 years in the department, right? What are your ideas? I want to see those things come forward. It's not always good to stand still. So I would just say again, no harm in having that.
Yeah, so I'm going to vote against this motion, and I understand it. I understand all the comments, and the external search has some appeal for me. But here's the thing: we've got a lot of really good projects that Pat has started, the fire chief has started. Right? We've got the Metro West Regional Immunity. You know, we can't call it the rec center. We got to come up with a different name than the rec center. Right? Like I get too confused calling it
The rec.
Okay. We've got potentially a substation. We've got possible regionalization of services, right? I mean, these are initiatives that somebody coming in from the outside is going to have a learning curve. And so I don't think we're just going to stand still. We're going to take a step back if we bring in somebody from outside, because they're not going to have the continuity of vision that we have seen in that department. And that's my feeling. So I'm going to stick with the internal search.
Okay. All right, at this point, so we have a motion and a second. When we take a vote.
Sean, if I,
Sure.
so I just want to go back to my comment about the town manager. Again, for those who lived through it, three of us being here, I truly believe, I'm pretty sure I said this to Christy at one point, that, if not, I'm saying it now, that ultimately through that process, she emerged as the top candidate and the right choice. Like, so I would just, Mark, I appreciate your comments. I don't agree. I believe that the vision has been set. The person that comes in, whoever that is, has to carry that forward, and they have to be able to demonstrate and speak to that. And to me, this is really a do no harm, and there's tremendous upside. So I will be voting in support of my motion.
I mean, fine. Let's make it quick.
I'm just saying, I love that we're having a spirited discussion and debate. A lot of times things go through 5-0, and it's good to have a good debate, even though I think you're wrong. So that's great.
Okay. Okay. All right. Vote. All those in favor. All those opposed. Motion is defeated 2-3.
I would move to conduct an internal search, open only to individuals holding a supervisory rank, to fill the upcoming vacancy of Westborough Fire Chief.
Second.
Discussion of this motion. All those in favor. All those opposed. 3-2. Motion for an internal search passes.
Thank you for the conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys.
All right. Oh, wait. Sorry. We are still on this item.
We still are.
Okay. We're on part 2
Yep.
of this item. Okay. Pardon me. All right. So for the search committee, we have a suggestion for the search committee. And that, well, it definitely includes the town manager. the police chief, the community development director, an individual with subject matter expertise, so another Massachusetts fire chief, and then potentially 2 residents with some experience working with the fire department, sometimes say an organization that the fire department may interact with regularly through ambulance services or whatever. So that's a suggestion here to begin discussion. And so let's begin discussion.
Can I just, I just wanted to add, just for additional information related to the community development director. The fire department has an entire arm of fire prevention, and so they work very closely with our other inspectors, which is the purpose of including the community development director. And then just related to the discussion earlier about folks having subject matter expertise. In addition to this person on the committee, if we were to move forward with an assessment center, that's typically conducted by serving or retired fire chiefs as well. So they would also be part of that process.
Clarification, Christy, then, if we go through an assessment process, well, I guess a couple of questions. One, would we determine the assessment process now? That's the first question.
I don't think it needs to be determined now.
Okay.
No.
And so, but if we were to use that external assessment process, do we need an individual with a subject matter expertise, fire chief, because you're getting that input from an external body? I mean, I can see it all ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly up to you, but having someone on the search committee, that means that even before the assessment center happens, you have someone with expertise who's helping review applications, choosing folks that would move through the process. And then, as was mentioned earlier, the assessment is only a portion of that. So then helping to determine who would be brought forward. Yeah. And we have done that. Maybe it was mentioned, but we did bring in, we had someone from, I think, the state police on our police chief search committee when we hired Chief Laurie. And we had a local DPW director when we hired Chris Payne.
Who determines who that subject matter expert, other fire chief person is?
I don't remember how we figured that out. I know that we would work with Chief Purcell to help identify someone.
Well, I guess now it's less of an issue that we're doing an internal search. I mean, could be.
So
go ahead. Sorry.
So you could establish the search committee now and just say someone with subject matter expertise, and then we could collect, I don't know, letters of interest or resumes from local or Massachusetts fire chiefs for you to make that final appointment. There could be benefit, for example, of having a fire chief who's working on one of these regional projects that we've talked about, or someone who's a regional partner, or maybe it's someone who's further away, so maybe has less experience with specifically the Westborough Fire Department, but maybe more objective. I don't, so I think we could pull that together.
Pat. Sean.
Yes.
Chrissy, you hit half I was going to say, but just to clarify, so what we're doing is setting the framework here. Some of these are individuals we know, but the 3 that are proposed here, if we stick with this, we just talked about the fire chief and then the 2 residents businesses with experience. Does the final kind of endorsement or choice of that then come back to us to say we're gonna sit that? So we would have the
you would
final
appoint
vote
the
here.
committee.
Okay.
Yep.
So right now we're saying this is the framework. You'll work to get
Yes.
those folks and basically candidates for the search committee will come back to us in essence to appoint.
So similarly, the planning board established the committee. One of them is a resident position. So that's been advertised for a couple of weeks, and we've started to collect letters of intent. We would probably advertise the resident or business and receive the letters of interest and then make an appointment.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry. Can I,
Go ahead.
I guess I was questioning. I was a little surprised by one select board member, right? But I'm just doing the count here, and if we had 2, I think it would give it an even number. So that would be difficult if there was a vote of the committee to who to bring forward. So I'm just curious, it's such an important position. I feel like, especially since we just had a split vote here, I think that there should be 2 members of the select board as part of that selection committee is kind of what I'm seeing, but
Well, I mean,
maybe others have
and-
thoughts. I can be talked out of that. I just thinking about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I get, pardon now, get right to you, Mark. I would say that ultimately, whatever the recommendation of this board is, it comes to us
Yes.
for a final vote. So to all of us. So, sort of different there. We do have another opportunity
A vote
beyond this.
after we interview 2 or 3 people. right?
Yes,
Like, I mean,
publicly
that search is
interview.
just to put forward candidates, not to.
Correct.
Yeah, but there's definitely a weeding out process
Right.
that only one member would be part of. I mean, even numbers on committees are challenging. I
Oh,
get
yeah,
that.
yeah.
We did have that with
So,
our town manager for 12.
To that extent, I'm sorry. I was wondering if the DPW director might be involved in this too, and that would then result in a committee of 9, but I realize sometimes that gets too big. So
Yeah.
just,
Yeah.
I was surprised not to see DPW represented here. And again, I'm not sure how much they interact with the fire department.
I mean, they
so
certainly
maybe-
interact. I would say there's lots of department heads that interact with the fire. Like the finance director interacts with the fire chief regularly.
All right, let's
But
get
it's-
him on this.
But it's just to what size committee you want to
No.
put forward.
Right now.
And seven, and I think we've limited the pool of candidates. So, I mean, if it was external, we could have gotten 30 resumes, right? We're not, obviously, highly unlikely that we'll get that, but somebody, willing to talk about it further. I guess as I look at this too, and I don't know how much we want to discuss this, I think the key thing we needed to get done tonight was a determination of the internal and external search so we can post the position
And the job description.
and the job description. That's
Yes.
going to be my next point. But willing to discuss the search committee more. We have a total of 20 items on our agenda today. So, I mean, because we may really want to get into that. So
Can I make a
understand-
suggestion?
Yes.
Would the board be open to considering the following for a search committee? 2 select board members, town manager, police chief, community development director, individual subject matter expertise, and 3/resident or businesses. That would bring us to 9.
I'd be okay with that.
I mean, if we,
All I'm asking you to consider it.
yeah. So I look at that. It's a 9-person committee. You have 2 select board members and 3 residents. Would make up a majority.
Yeah, and we have 2 select board members when we do contract negotiations with these positions too. So to me, it was kind of a logical thing when we talk about this.
Well, I mean, I would say the 2 are different, right?
They are different, but they're related. I'll say, just don't.
Yeah, I mean, this position reports to this board.
Right. This is-
I was just going to say that the other examples that are in here, except for, so 3 of the 4 only had 1 board member, which is why that's what I put forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna die on the stake for this one. I think my only defense of perhaps only having 1 select board member is, when you get 2, is that, and looking at other folks that are on there, are they going to defer to the select board members more heavily as a heavier weight on that committee? So that'd be the concern there. We have 1, they're just 1 individual with that. You have 2, it's almost
Gang mentality.
gang mentality. Yeah.
Yeah, but these are all director level people and the town
Yeah.
managers in the room. So, I'm not worried about that.
So I'm just raising my hand. I'm not looking to be on this committee. So I've been on multiple search committees. So this one is not one that,
Don't worry,
I'm reading my
you're
handbook.
going to be on this committee.
Yeah, and I would say on the majority, and Sean, you can take this wherever you want to take this in terms of length of conversation, but with one select board member, then we have, then that select board member is in the minority, a deep minority of then department heads. And now you have a greater majority of external, so to speak, people, where residents, although they're taxpayers, so they're very important here, and then an external person. So that's kind of where my logic was the select board balancing, then adding another resident who I think, or business, I think are, and I would lean toward a mix of probably resident with one business experience, but again, making sausage.
Okay.
So I don't have a huge stake in this, whether it's one or two. I feel like my feeling is that we're going to get to interview some good candidates, whether it's 7 or 9 people. But I think I would agree with Shelby's proposal only because I actually like the concept that 5 residents would form a majority. And I think the residents should have just a little more input in this. Doesn't mean all 5 residents are going to agree, but I just think it's when you make up a committee and you've got 3 residents out of 7, now they're a minority. And, I'd rather go with a majority of residents.
I mean, honestly, like I said, I'm fine going with 9 and 2 select board members.
Yeah.
I have no issue.
Yeah.
Motion?
I think, yeah, if folks want to make that motion, I think I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
All right, I'll move to establish a fire chief service committee consisting of the following: 2 select board members, the town manager, the police chief, community development director, an individual with subject matter expertise, i.e. mass fire chief, and 3 resident or businesses with emphasis on having experience with the fire department, i.e. member of LEPC.
Get a
Second.
Second. Shelby, thank you very much. Any further discussion? All those in favor? All right, 5-0. All right, back on track. Now we move on to the fire chief job description. Don't know if
So
there's any
best as I could tell,
thoughts.
all the changes were pretty, sorry, Kim.
Correct.
Can you-
Yes. The changes, actually, the chief went through and marked it up, and they are generally language, reference to Board of Selectmen, to Select Board, clarifying the number of individuals that the position supervises, and the functions to include public safety communications, which does sit there today.
I had nothing that was of concern.
Okay.
I just want to make sure the dates as far as approved by Board of Selectmen, recommended by town manager.
That's just, those actually will come out when we approve
Those
it.
will come out all together? Okay, that's fine. I just,
Those will be updated.
So I would move to approve the amended job description as presented.
Second.
Okay, further questions? All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much,
Chief.
Chief. Thank you very much.
Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, item 9, Senior Transportation Program Update in Worcester Regional Transit Authority FY 2027 Contract and Board Representative. With our,
I think they got it all covered.
As Kendra's getting set up, just as a reminder, when we went to town meeting in October of last year, there was a request to restore some of the budget cuts in 2 positions that we had, and that was a direct result of setting up the revolving account to fund the WRTA. So we were able to not increase any burden on the taxpayer and restore these positions because we had set up the revolving fund under this new model. One of the board members, when we were talking about bringing this to town meeting, suggested that there be discussion about whether or not you wanted to pursue the model. So at that time, we did do a presentation to the board, and there was, because what we wanted to do is go to town meeting and be clear that that we didn't anticipate this should just be a 1-year opportunity for the restoration of those positions. So just as a reminder, that discussion happened at the end of September. And so that's how it was included in the budget for fiscal 27. But it is an annual contract. And so we do need to approve entering into another contract. And then just really quickly, right now, the WRTA, or the Worcester Regional Transit Authority board representative, is the director of planning. In many towns, when we have this type of model set up, it is the council on aging director or the senior and social services director. So the recommendation is that the board appoint Kendra to that position, which will keep her in the loop of WRTA work going forward.
All right, Chrissy, thank you very much.
Hi,
Hand it over to you.
Hello.
So I have a little update on how our transportation model.
You speak more into the mic, sorry.
Sorry.
Slide it towards you,
Okay.
yeah.
Is this a little better? All right.
Better, yes.
So I have an update on how our senior transportation model with the WRTA has gone in just about our first year. So I can talk a little bit about what Westborough's transportation model was previously. So transportation was offered by town-owned vehicles. The rides, you were charged, it was either $1 or $2, I think, depending on where you were going. I don't really know how they figured out that metric per ride. And riders were essentially only going Westborough to Westborough unless there was a set up field trip to go shopping or somewhere outside of town that was a group trip. But the on-demand service was only Westborough to Westborough. All of the calls were being handled by the senior center staff. The scheduling was being handled by the senior center staff. Any cancellations or anything like that, it was taking up quite a bit of time to sort of maneuver all of that on paper, because it had been always done on paper. So with this new WRTA model, we are, of course, able to use their technology to benefit us. So folks call into the WRTA when they book their rides. And then with their software, they sort of create a manifest where it kind of details the best route possible, which is very helpful for us. I would say probably about 70% of those phone calls we were getting have subsided because they were mostly transportation based, which has been very helpful for just normal office operations. It's allowed us to do a little bit more in this past year than I think historically had been able to have been done. With the WRTA, we are also able to offer free rides for all of our riders, which we have gotten a lot of positive feedback from, of course. And we have expanded our service. So what was once Westborough to Westborough is now to Westborough, Shrewsbury, Northborough. You can go to Worcester for medical appointments, to Southborough Reliant Medical Facility, and to UMass Marlborough Hospital. And that is Monday through Thursday. Fridays are our short days, so we just stay in town on Fridays. We are still offering service to adults over the age of 60 in town and also to any younger adult with disabilities. So in FY26 through May 31st, we've provided 3,420 rides with the WRTA. And there were 268 special rides provided using the town-owned vans. That gave us a total of 3,688 rides in the first 11 months of this program. Had we not entered into this reimbursement model, we would have spent $59,145 for 2,352 hours of driver time. And we have been reimbursed by the WRTA $8,374 for gasoline expenses. Had we stayed with our old model, Westborough residents would have ended up paying $7,376 for the amount of rides that we've been able to provide for free. Well over 90% of our riders were dropped off early or on time to their appointments. I think that this is kind of an interesting number, mostly because that 777 rides to me indicates that we are having a lot of success with the younger adults that are disabled who are still going to work in the community. I think that that's a huge asset to this sort of transportation model. It's great that we're able to provide those services for folks as well. Of course, medical rides will always be very important, and rides to the senior center as well. So 9.2% of our riders took 50 or more rides on a Westboro WRTA van. So far, our number one rider has taken 191 rides on a WRTA van. Between 20 and 49 rides, we have also 9.2%, and 81.6% of our riders took 19 or fewer rides on the Westboro WRTA vans. In FY25, so the year before we entered into the contract, we served 168 unique individuals. In the first 11 months of the WRTA service model, we've already served 185 unique individuals, which tells me that we've done a great job getting into the community, and I'm hoping that that number just continues to grow as this program is around for longer. So we've done a number of community meetings and outreach opportunities. We have some scheduled coming up later this summer. So this whole process started May 2025, so a little bit over a year ago is when we first brought it to the Council on Aging, and then also to the Select Board or the Board of Selectmen. We have visited a lot of the over 55s. I've made contact and handed out information to the other over 55 communities in town. And there is still planning for me. I'm visiting the Mayberry Drive public housing site and the Rogers Road public housing site at the end of this month. And I'll be doing another presentation at the Westborough Senior Center in September. We are working on an insert that can go into property tax bills to inform residents of the service that we are offering. I am in the works with Westboro Cable and getting a commercial together to be shared on their social media and online. And it is in the Senior Center newsletter, and it has been in the Senior Center newsletter every month since the program started. So I did call some of our regular riders, and I just got a few quotes. So the first one is, "It's good, I like it, I get to work on time, they come early, and everyone is nice." And that is the rider who used the service the most at 191 rides in the first 11 months. It's an A when local drivers give me a ride. I've had a few yellow cabs that left me 15 or 30 minutes late. I give a thumbs up to the people in Westboro. Can I give you a pat on the back for the free rides? That user used the service for 44 rides. I'm very happy with the transportation. They are very punctual. It's really good. I'm always on time for my appointments. The bus drivers are very, very kind. Last time I went in a taxi, the guy was excellent. That rider used the service for 20 rides. So some of our next steps, we're in the process of completing our rider satisfaction survey, and we are using some of our senior tax work-off volunteers to make those phone calls and to reach out to those folks. On July 1st, we're hoping to execute the contract with the WRTA to continue service at the same level. The contract is funded at $77,302, which is 6% above our actuals for FY26. And we're looking into the future at potentially decommissioning the 15-passenger van. The main reason for that would be its age. It would be because it requires a CDL to drive. It's very difficult to find drivers who can drive a CDL required vehicle. So it's definitely our least used vehicle. And we are also planning on retaining our 11-passenger van that supports our programming needs. So for the most part, that is the vehicle that we are taking on special trips or activities or planned programs. It's also the vehicle that's on the road on Tuesday evenings when we have a special program in town, and it's beyond the WRTA service areas or service hours. We're able to get people to the senior center using that. So that is the phone number for anybody watching at home who might be interested in booking a ride with the WRTA. Our service hours are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Fridays, 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. And Fridays are in-town trips only. Service is provided within Westboro and one town out from Westboro, which is Shrewsbury and Northborough, and medical trips to Worcester, Southborough Reliant Medical Center, and UMass Marlborough Hospital by a WRTA branded van or a taxi cab. That's it.
Kendra, thank you very much. Any questions?
This is great.
I do. Yes, Kendra, thank you so much. Been waiting for this presentation. There was a couple of questions. If you can go back to the cost savings calculation. So first of all, I'm thrilled, obviously, that we're saving residents money, and if we can do that for the town as well, that's awesome. So we have 68,400 and change. I went back in my notes and I saw that in July 1, 2025, we were showing a $90,000 financial benefit. How was that a projection and this is real? Help me to square those.
When we entered into the contract for year one, we came up with a projection for the budget. So the available funds, the budget from WRTA for year one was that $90,000 number. It's a reimbursement model, so we were building it, not having operated the model. Looking at the actuals, the budget for FY27 is based on our actual expenses with a 6% increase.
Shelby, if I can just add to your question, I was just going to say, one of the other opportunities, I'm just curious, was there also, this is great, did we also save money? My understanding is WRTA also pays for all maintenance on those vehicles, which if we were still on our old program, we would have paid. I don't know what maintenance was on our old vehicles.
Yeah, we don't see any of the maintenance. It's all operated through them. So
Right.
we don't even get those
But
bills.
what were we paying for maintenance before we joined this program on our existing vehicles? That's a savings, right? So
Right.
this number, I think, is probably higher even than this. So this is great, but so.
Just going back to Shelby's question, so we brought on more drivers, but there was a period of time where we had some vacancies. So that was what we were projecting for the full year, but this is what we have actually paid out.
And it's still a reimbursement model, that mechanism.
Yes.
And then we get the reassessment
Right.
next year to then for budgeting purposes. Okay, thank you. Let's see, sorry, just trying to organize my thoughts. So, can you go to, so I saw the numbers about the 3,000 and something rides, and then the popular locations, that one, pretty slide. Those numbers are off depending upon what number you're using, the unique rides with the passenger bus. So by 15 or 20% from the earlier slide. So is this just a subset? It seems
This
like
is just the most popular destination. It gets broken out a lot further from there. There's some really specific options. So I just went with the top ride locations.
okay, just wanted to understand that. Thank you. One of the items we had asked about when this the first contract came up was about kind of how do we measure satisfaction. So I'm thrilled that I'm so excited you continue to do the outreach. I think it's really important. People have to hear things like 7 times before they hear it the first time. So that is awesome. And so thank you for doing that in a very unique way across different channels and locations. I guess I thought WRTA said that they were working on like some sort of satisfaction model that would be a little more automated. Have they made any progress to that?
So they did provide us with a survey that we kind of made work for what we're able to offer. Their survey was a little bit more encompassing of like the Worcester public transportation. And a lot of what they were asking for was not really information that was relevant to our residents or our riders. But we were able to kind of use what they got together as a guide for what we could be asking our riders.
What is you said it's the volunteers that are doing the outreach for the survey?
Yeah, so we are, I every day can go in and see, who is taking rides. So I have a list of people who are using the service frequently because I feel like their input is going to be very helpful. And we're using senior tax work-off folks we have a list of questions. They're instructed to ask the questions exactly as they're written, to write down the person's responses exactly as they're given. And then we're using that. We're giving people the option as well if they want us to mail it to them, or if they're planning on taking a ride at any time in the near future, we can put it on the bus and just have the driver hand it to them when they get on the bus. So we're trying to give people the option of responding in a way that they feel comfortable with.
Okay, and you mentioned that that effort was taking place in sort of
Yes.
now to
Yep.
late June?
Yes.
Is that correct? And what's your goal on number of riders you plan to contact, and what is your goal for kind of completion of surveys?
I don't know that we have like a magic number in place. We've been calling on average about 20 people a week for the past several weeks. I would say if we can get to 75 riders, I think that covers a lot of the people who are using our service, but I don't necessarily have a magic number in mind.
Okay. Yeah. So lots of things are working, a lot of positives. I got to ask the question, what isn't working?
So the only sort of negative that we've heard about is the taxi cabs. Luckily, they're used very infrequently. Unfortunately, the taxi cabs are sent when something unavoidable happens. For example, if we have a driver who's leaving UMass and they get stuck, as one does leaving UMass, it might be that their next ride, they will call in to the WRTA headquarters on their walkie-talkies and say, I'm really sorry, but what was supposed to be a 10-minute pickup has now taken 45 minutes because, whatever has happened. They will dispatch a yellow cab. The reason that they're usually delayed is because they're being sent in like an emergency response. So by the time they get the call to go to pick up that rider, it's usually because the driver is already a little bit behind. So their notice is a little bit behind. But WRTA has been taking steps to address the yellow cab response system. And it is actually kind of mixed. Some people are like, oh, I love going in the yellow cab. It's great. And others are finding that it's a little bit delayed when they are taking the cabs.
Okay. And that's the only thing you think is not working?
So on all of the surveys that we've gotten, I am feeling very good. We have not heard anything negative, except for there are some issues with the yellow cabs.
All right. Thanks, Kendra. Appreciate it.
No, go ahead, Pat. Yeah.
Sure. So thank you, Kendra. I appreciate the presentation. I really appreciate the data. I guess since we're on this slide, I'll ask the question about this. Are these round trips? I'm imagining there's also calculations to getting home, right? So how does that
Yeah,
work?
so these are not round trips.
So,
Someone calling these are only the trips on a Westborough van, so it doesn't take into account if somebody took a ride in a Westborough van to work, but then say a Northborough van was in the area and drove them home. These are only the rides being taken place on the physical Westborough vans. That's why there are some odd numbers.
Okay. I'd love to see, because again, that's servicing the residents back to their home, right? The WRTA van is a WRTA van, no matter where it's really comes from. And I guess that leads me into a separate question, but kind of touches on something that Shelby asked around the survey. I did hear a fair amount of grumbling, not consistent grumbling at the beginning of this, probably last fall, late summer time period, in regards to, for example, wait times when somebody's dropped off at CVS or the food pantry, and they'd have to wait an hour to get picked back up. I don't have any data that says that's a significant issue or otherwise. And I was really looking for this survey to really speak to that. I was really thinking this survey was going to be an automated survey where we could get, all of the riders at any given time. They could, update their feedback, and then at some point we snap a snapshot of what that is. The survey, in my mind, really helps us, and as a board, I think, to formulate what changes we want to see contractually with WRTA, if any at all. Maybe we want it to stay the same. I don't know. And I'll just say on that note, I'm very supportive of you being our representative to the WRTA. So thank you for being willing to do that. I think you're the right person. But right now, I would look to understand from Christy as to whether or not we should see if there's a need, and if it's even possible, to get an extension on the current contract while we wait for, I'll say, more robust numbers out of a survey, because this is something for the last year that I've harped on in regards to wanting to understand that feedback. And 3 people's comments out of 4,000 or whatever the number was of rides is a very small number. So I'd like to understand that more. On that note, I would just say, one of the other things as far as the survey is concerned, some of the feedback I heard early on, which I did share with our town manager a while back, was there were some concerns that had been communicated to me from drivers with concerns in Worcester being routed to areas in Worcester that they didn't feel were very safe.
Yeah,
so-
I think that there was some frustration in the beginning because it was a new model. Kim and I have extensively combed through the ride manifests, and there are never days where drivers are spending more than a quarter of a day in the city of Worcester, and it's extremely uncommon that they're doing a ride that is Worcester to Worcester. I think when I went through all of the data, there was maybe 4 rides in the past year that they were completing a Worcester to Worcester drop off and pick up. Most of the time, and I mean most as in a vast majority of the time that people are spending in Worcester is driving Westborough residents to the hospitals, which is a critical part of the service that we're offering.
That's great to hear. I appreciate that, and that's again data that's always helpful to understand how long a percentage time are our drivers, who more than likely are residents of Westborough as well, spending outside of our community providing the service. So thank you. On that.
Just to point, this is a reciprocal service. So as much as our riders are out driving folks from other communities, there are Westborough residents who are getting rides on a Northborough van, on a Shrewsbury van, on a Worcester van. So there are times where a driver might be transporting somebody to Shrewsbury because it's on their way to a Worcester hospital, but that is reciprocal. At the same time, there's probably a Westborough resident on a Northborough van, going to a doctor's appointment or something.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. So I mean, that's terrific. But I would go back and just ask Christy if you can maybe address my question around the contract.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not aware of our ability to do sort of a shortened extension because it is a state program that they are funding through many communities. I can certainly ask that question. I would say that you would have to make a decision in advance of October town meeting because you would need to create a budget in order to pull that program back into just a Westborough department.
So to bring this full circle, so that's great to hear. There is a possibility that there's time.
Well, I know I'm not saying that. I don't know that that's the case.
Okay,
I'm not
okay.
sure Worcester WRT will be
minimum-
open to
okay,
that.
All right. So we need to, I guess my ask would be to look into that if the board also supports that. But I would say, the second part of that question is there a more robust survey data that we can expect to see that we could then leverage as part of our negotiations with WRTA?
I'll just pile on here for a moment that, in a good way, that was part of the discussion we had when WRTA came before us. We were asked some very specific questions about what we'd like to see. They made no, commitments to that, though they did say that they were trying to get more automated around these areas. And that is a little bit of my frustration that this is coming up. We need to sign a contract in July, and we really don't have any. We have a lot of great, some solid data as well as anecdotal, but not quantitative data around kind of some of the areas that I wish we did. So I want to support the program. Quite frankly, I'll support it going forward, but I would like the board not to be in this position next year.
Yeah, I would agree. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go
I
ahead,
just, certainly we came to this meeting because now you could potentially wait till the end of June. But I guess I would say that these decisions, because of the way the budget works, would need to be made in December at the latest because we would have to budget for our own program if we were interested in pulling out of WRTA. So I know that that's not ideal, but that's just sort of the reality of our budget process
Well,
and
no,
how this works.
I'm not suggesting that we pull out a WRTA. I'm suggesting that we have more information to make us better informed as we negotiate that contract with them. And I am a little bit frustrated as well. I was trying not to come off frustrated. But, you know, we understand the timings here. I think we had a conversation back in January or February specifically about this where, you know, I called it out. I want to see real data. And this is data, but I want to see survey data. Like, so three people is not enough. That's,
Can I talk now?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just curious. First thing before I forget, another advertising opportunity would be the What's New Westborough. It wasn't in there. I thought that would be good to add to the next one. I want to thank you for the excellent presentation. You're on the front lines on this. Like, I'm not in the senior center obviously as much as you are. I don't hear the complaints.
Mark, can you just speak?
I don't hear complaints the way you do, or have the direct contact with these riders the way you do. But I think it would have been helpful to maybe get some feedback from Council on Aging or
The Council on Aging voted yesterday unanimously to support the select board signing this.
I may have missed that in our packet. So I just think it's good to know that it's not just you saying that this is worthwhile, as much as I believe you. So, you know, I think that's important that you supported that with a vote from the Council on Aging, and that actually carries weight with me. So, but I understand your point about hard survey data. That would be nice.
Right. Thank you, Mark. Ian? Yes.
Yeah, just real quick, and I think echo it, Kendra, thank you. This was really good information. I think what we were looking to see. To the questions that other board members had in terms of timing, I think it's, well, I understand kind of the frustration, whatever. I think it's, we're basically 11 months in. To Christie's point, if we had tried to do a survey in terms of timing for budget, we would have been 6 months in. And I don't think some of the comments I think, Patrick, you heard were early days. We knew there were going to be growing pains, change pains of things different. We heard a lot that were frustrated. They didn't understand that they couldn't call the senior center. How am I going to get this done? Whatever. It sounds like it's better. I think we're doing the survey. So to me, I haven't heard anything that says don't extend the contract, do it. I absolutely understand and want to negotiate the contract. I'm not sure that we're ready to do that at this point, unfortunately. But I think as we get that survey information back, we should be talking about that in a meeting. So we are prepared this fall to make a decision about A, the extension of the contract so we can get into the budget cycle, but B, preparing for this time next year to have discussions if there are things that we want to try to negotiate into the next contract.
No, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Change is hard, right? Yeah, so when you make a change, even if it's an effective change, you're going to have people who are frustrated. But yeah, that was sort of last fall. I haven't heard anything recently. So I support this. Look forward to the results of the survey. And with that, does anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move to authorize the town manager to, I don't know what, because I just lost it. Sorry. To authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with the WRTA that provides for the town's continued participation in the Mobility Management Model Program for fiscal year 2027.
I guess.
I'll second. I am confused as well.
I'm confused that you're making that motion, Ian, based on what you just said. I thought you were saying that you thought we weren't ready to execute the contract at this point based on the fact that we don't have that survey data.
No, because we're not going to have it. We have to execute this before July 1st.
So
And we're going to have the survey data is coming later in June. We're not going to get it compiled in a format till sometime later this summer.
So that's really then for our consideration for next fiscal year.
And I don't think we're in a position, I guess I understand your point about negotiating an extension, but I think, one, they're not going to do it. But we could add, I just don't see them doing that. But two, it's like, again, even at that timing, I think we're better served to extend for this year. We've got the support of the Council on Aging. We've got the support of the director. Let's get those surveys back and work through that in late summer and the fall, so we're prepared to get this, because you're absolutely right. We can't be getting this information in June and think we're going to negotiate a contract. If we want to try to renegotiate or negotiate things in the contract, we need to be starting this fall for a contract for next year.
Yes.
Can I just say, I think that the WRTA will be very open to hearing the results of the survey and concerns that the town has. I think in terms of our ability to negotiate a contract much different from what they give to us. I mean, they're a state agency, right. So there's not a lot of negotiation to be had. They go through a similar budget process that we do. They don't even set their budget until after our town meeting. So I just want to make sure, I think we should absolutely get the feedback, voice the opinions, see what can happen. And then Kendra, as your representative on the board, will be really helpful. Yeah. I just wanted to
I appreciate that. My words were probably wrong in terms of negotiate. I think it is providing that feedback and giving our strong suggestions through, if we approve appointing Kendra to that position. But yeah.
And as always, you were very eloquent in spelling that out. You did a great job. That it makes sense to me. I am frustrated, as I already said, but I think we just got to figure out a way to get in front of this. And while there may not be a lot of wiggle room in a contract with the state agency, and while we have a good relationship with them, we can always voice our concerns. There's a lot of weight that survey could carry in those conversations. So that's we need to get ahead of it. That's my point. I was really hoping that was now. That's so. Yeah.
It is. I think to get the information.
You've made your motion. I support the motion.
Okay. Can I just ask? Did we have a second? Sorry.
No, you didn't. We did.
You did.
No.
You
I
sort
did.
of-
You did.
sort of
Started.
did, yeah.
She said second.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
All right.
Second Ian's motion. Just clarifying. Didn't we review the first contract, or did we delegate that to you, Christy? I was just surprised in the language. Where I'm going is, I thought it would have been ours to review and ultimately then to authorize you to sign.
I think you reviewed a model contract and then I was given the authority to sign the actual. So it was just a contract similar to the one that we had put in your packet that I think another community had maybe.
Okay, so Ian, would you be open to some language around modifying the motion to execute an agreement substantially the same? If it's not, then I would just want Christy to come back to us with the agreement.
I'm fine with that.
So seconded.
Okay, second.
All right. All those in favor? 5-0. Another motion?
I would move to appoint Kendra Feldetta as Westborough's representative, and I just did it again, to the Worcester Regional Transit Authority, WRTA Advisory Board for a period of 1 year.
Seconded.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for
Moved
willing
and
to do that.
seconded. All those in favor? 5-0. Kendra, thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Hi, John.
Okay, next. Sustainable Westboro update and request, including EV charger deployment roadmap, sustainability coordinator update, and a request for temporary event signage on town property.
It's triple,
Yeah. getting a lot
efforts
done.
tonight. They're going for the triple crown.
I know in the agenda it says I'll do the EV charging roadmap first. I can still do that, but I thought it kind of made sense to do my little update first.
Go right
Fine,
ahead.
That's okay. And then any other questions, I just thought we could combine at the end. My name is Lila Ahmed. Thank you so much for having me. I'm the sustainability coordinator for the town of Westborough. And because I haven't come before the board yet, I thought I'd do a quick little update on what I've been up to in this town. I'm from Westborough. I grew up here, went through all the public school systems here. So I have a close-knit tie with this community as well. So far, I started in September. I've had a really enjoyable experience getting to know residents in this new role that I'm in, and less of with a new perspective of no longer being just a resident here. So I kind of highlighted some of the aspects I've been hitting on since starting, and I have some photos on here. So just one slide. What I have been trying to do since joining this position was do a lot of school outreach, which was important to me. So I work with the Mill Pond Green Squad under Miss Gardner's guidance, and they helped with the Westborough Environmental Action Fair this year. I helped do some Earth Day activities, a lot of presentations, guest lecturing for the students, and we collaborated with the Westborough Land Trust this year to do a Earth Day cleanup, which I helped them with also. And then I regularly attend each week the Westborough Environmental Club with the students there. So I kind of am like a co-advisor with their teacher at the high school and help mentor and guide them on different projects. And right now they just use some of their grant money that they have as a club to purchase a lab recycling program, sort of, that I'm going to help them start in the fall. I've also gone to quite a few different conferences, which has been great to meet other coordinators from other towns and just hear other perspectives of what other people are doing in this position and this role in other communities. I've been to the Northeast Recycling Conference, different green community summits, a lot of National Grid, municipal, and just general summits, energy solutions summits, Passive House Symposium, Mass Energize, and then during Climate Earth Week in Boston, there was quite a bunch of free opportunities that I was taking advantage of as well, and doing a lot of networking, which was a great opportunity. With all that, there's been a bunch of trainings. A couple of them were a heat pump training here in Westborough, and a building envelope and weatherization training I went to also. That was part of Boston's Earth Week event series. I'm also part of the Community Solutions group that Westborough is a part of. So that's with our utility providers, Eversource and National Grid, who I meet with once a month. And we have meetings that we jointly include school facilities and town facilities on. And those have been going great. And something that we've completed through that partnership this year was a PPP, the Portfolio Prioritization Plan, which is not yet complete, but the scoping has been done. Basically what that report will do is just give me a more updated summary of our top building users in Westborough, so that when I'm applying for grants this year and next coming years, I have a more recent energy summary on buildings and things that maybe need to be replaced. We have some other data that we use, but this was free of cost to the town, and the scoping was already done, and the schools and municipal buildings were included in that, so that will be helpful. I also have a Community First partnership relationship, so that's our Mass Save partnership as well. And just recently we had a heat pump pizza party at the library, so residents came and learned about heat pumps with Homeworks and Elephant Energy. They co-sponsored it and brought pizza. That was great for residents to meet other neighbors who are doing weatherization with Mass Save, ask questions, and that was advertised through a mailer, which has been mostly pretty successful in town. I've also gone to a farmer's market in October and plan to go to more with community development team members as well, and that's a great opportunity to advertise also our Mass Save partnership and answer questions for residents. And then of course we're part of the DOER Green Communities program. And I put here that we adopted the ZEV First policy. This is all for our climate leader update. We adopted the opt-in stretch code this past spring town meeting. And then in the fall, when I first started, I applied for the competitive grant cycle through Green Communities, and we received grant funding to replace 2 transformers, one at Mill Pond and one at the high school. And that work should start this summer as well, which is really exciting. And then our decarbonization roadmap, I was helping with Sustainable Westborough to complete that. We just presented to the school committee on the 27th of May, and I'll be coming to your next meeting to present as well on that. And that's our last step in order to be ready to apply to be climate leader community. And finally, our DOER EV charging roadmap, which I'll be presenting on tonight, completing that in the fall, closing out that grant, and now presenting to committees and sharing what that grant is all about.
Well, Ms. Ahmed, thank you very much. That's impressive.
What have you been doing?
Yes.
It's been a lot of fun.
When I saw this, I said, you might want to talk to Christy about getting on our agenda because this is good stuff.
No, thank you. And I think I'd have too many questions. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff there. A lot of stuff. Thank you very much. That was terrific. So next, I guess, do you want to move on to the EV charger deployment? There you are. Okay.
If that's okay.
Go right ahead. Please. Thank you.
So this is going to be as brief as I can, an overview of our charging station deployment roadmap, what it was, what it went over, and where we're at right now with it. So just to give background context, my predecessor, Ben Bowers, who was in this position before me, he was the one who applied for the grant funding for this roadmap, and it was awarded to the town. $50,000 grant from the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources, DOER. And the goal of this grant was really to help the town find and create this prioritized framework for how we're going to go about EV charging in Westborough. So instead of just finding, pinpointing sites that maybe we think as residents or staff where we want to see chargers, this was a really cohesive, organized project that we were able to do. And Ben had worked with Power Options. That was the company that helped write this roadmap. So Power Options collaborated with different town staff, people within the community development team, Sustainable Westborough members, to figure out and start compiling different locations to include in the roadmap. And then through a bunch of meetings and communication, which I also was a part of when I joined, we were able to narrow down which sites to include in the roadmap. And then Power Options did a bunch of the actual data analysis and everything to compile this written report for us. So within the roadmap, 13 municipal sites were included, 8 school sites, so all of our schools, plus a bus depot sort of site, so that was also included. And then there were also 9 private commercial sites, which was also really helpful. So this is a map of the municipal locations in town that Power Options included in the study. So we can see in red, there's little red stars at some of the sites. Those identify low priority sites that the roadmap identifies as. The orange stars are medium priority and the green stars are high priority. And high priority meaning things that we'd like to implement first and things that maybe don't need to be looked at as soon would be low priority. And then we have the environmental justice blocks also highlighted in green and yellow as well. So this here is the table that shows all the municipal and school sites that were included in the summary. The commercial sites that I mentioned were not included in this table. They're in a separate table. And then just to highlight, in the red boxes, these are the sites that Sustainable Westborough has identified as a priority from their perspective and mine as well. So the fire department, South Street parking lot, the community center, and the pickleball courts. So just to reiterate, out of all those, Sustainable Westborough has prioritized these 3 spots that just make the most sense to implement first out of different conversations we've been having, out of the location they're at, and from our knowledge of residents using these places. The fire station is added to this list because through communication of letting everyone know after this roadmap was completed, your site maybe was included. I reached out to the fire chief to understand more background context to why this site was also included in the roadmap to begin with. And he was on board and very passionate and supportive of having this site be presented tonight. So that's why I have this fire station location also added to this. Like I also was mentioning, we had the 9 commercial sites and also school sites. I just wanted to give a brief little update on that as well to you all. So within the for all the commercial sites, Jeff Levine and I, we reached out to all of the commercial owners, contacts that we had. We sent them to individual packets that Power Options provided us. So they had all the information, and we let them know that we could help them with any assistance, getting more information on how to implement EV charging at their location if needed. From all those reaching out connections, two reached back out to us, to the Swim and Tennis Club and Bay State Commons. So we were in communications with them. We were able to help assist get them to get more rescoping done. So they wanted to get updated incentive and grant funding information. So we connected them to Energy Source, and we were both present for those walkthroughs with them, and made sure it went smoothly. And now we just kind of hand them off to work on getting EV charging, hopefully at those two locations. The school committee has also been briefed on a separate presentation similar to this, and we're working on awaiting the next steps to see what they want to do from now. I just wanted to also quickly give a little background context on EV charging, maybe also for people watching at home, what exactly it is and different types of chargers. So just to answer some questions that I think sometimes people can have about chargers there are many different brands to explore with EV chargers. There's not just one. The town right now, we have ChargePoint at the golf course, and also at DPW. There are different styles of chargers as well. From the two photos here, like some can be much wider, take up more space, some can be narrower. Right now, the one on the right is a ChargePoint, and that's what we have installed. Those are pretty slender and aren't too wide. There's no noise detected from these chargers. That was a question I was once asked. So if they're placed near a residential area, you can't hear anything. They don't make noise. There is quite a bit of ability to reprogram these chargers and change different settings within them. That can be things like pay, so how much they're going to cost, if you want to change the time frame from when payment can be needed, and this can be updated as regularly as needed as well. It's not just like a one-time, you have to set it, and it stays the same. And then also just to provide some context that for a level 2 charger, which is what I'm going to be presenting on all tonight, the average time to fully charge an electric vehicle is about 4 to 8 hours, and that delivers about 10 to 40 miles of range per 1 hour of charge, just to give some information. And then if you're driving a hybrid electric car that's not fully needing to be charged all the way, those typically take only about 1 to 3 hours to charge. So they're all getting something out of those level 2 chargers. Something else I wanted to highlight here. This is a regional snapshot sort of different EV chargers, both in Westborough and the neighboring towns to Westborough. Westborough highlighted now in the red circle. Westborough right now has these 2 chargers that we can see sort of in the middle off of West Main Street, one being at the Methodist Church and the other being at the golf course. Those are the 2 public chargers we have at the moment. Both are level 2. And here's some nearby towns with some other information about their chargers. But what I wanted to highlight most about this slide is that Westborough is currently facing a significant gap in publicly available electric vehicle chargers, and what we call a charging desert almost, because there's just a lack of infrastructure for town residents and visitors kind of going through Westborough. We do have obviously some chargers we can see on Route 9 on the top of that red circle that people who kind of are going through Westborough can use, but really not any public chargers located in the downtown area for people to use. I just wanted to highlight that on the map as well. And also point out that quite a few other towns are in the process of adding more public chargers to their downtowns, whether it be at libraries or different community centers or fire departments, what have you. So this is a growing project that towns are taking on. So with more chargers comes funding, and the 2 main funding opportunities that we would be utilizing with this is the Massachusetts Electrical Vehicle Incentive Program, otherwise known as Mass EVIP, and National Grid EV Charging Program, so their utility incentives. Mass EVIP is a state program that provides grants to offset EV charger purchase and installation costs. They also only fund any charger that's made public. So anything that we're using for like municipal vehicles only, we would not be applicable to use Mass EVIP for. National Grid incentive program, like I said, is a utility incentive that can help support the infrastructure and electrical upgrades needed for charger installation. So National Grid covers a lot of the big, heavy expenses that that sometimes Mass EVIP is not going to cover. And right now for this year, they also have a big pool of money that they're looking to spend to help with public chargers that have to do with infrastructure. So there is money available for that. Something else I wanted to highlight that I thought was important before jumping into the sites in detail was we do have one existing public municipal EV charging spot at the Westborough golf course. Right now, they're charging 28 cents per kilowatt hour. And just to present a little bit on what are those long-term operational costs, so investing in a charger, what does that look like long-term? Well, right now, after talking with Jim Stewart, the facilities staff member who's overseeing the charger at the moment, he was saying that they're able to fully cover the electricity and routine maintenance with the revenue they're getting from that charger. And this is a graph at the bottom that shows from 2023, when the chargers were implemented, all the way to 2025, how the revenue has been growing. So that's just to show that we're getting quite a bit of vehicle coming into their parking lot. And it's not just from Westborough residents also, it's from neighboring town and visitors also who come to use the golf course or just park. Additional long-term costs can include things like network or software subscriptions, insurance for the chargers, payment processing fees, those are pretty small, and then equipment replacement. So just thinking long-term, these chargers aren't going to stay there forever. At some point, they will need to be replaced as new equipment gets designed, but there's also always incentives for that available. Okay. These next slides are going to be on the sites themselves with a lot of photos and everything. I'm going to go through the photos a little bit quickly, but if people want me to go back, I can. So the first spot is a South Street lot, the municipal parking lot. This site was chosen due to the high usage potential with a bunch of sufficient space in the back. And of course, the high traffic due to the South Street Diner that's right there. The downtown shop, Seed to Stem, is right next to it as well. And its walkability to not just downtown area, but also Bay State and other restaurants, and also the high visibility near Main Street, which would be used for if you put an EV charging sign on that street, vehicles driving down could actually see, and that'd be helpful for them to know there's a public charging area there. So if we kind of look at the back of the parking lot here, the South Street Diner has their lot, and then the municipal lot is on the back of that fence that borders it. So the recommended spots for these EV chargers are outlined in the red. So that's like the parameter area, and then that green line is where the chargers themselves would be sitting against. So where that white van is in that bottom corner is like the beginning spot of where the first charging parking spot would be. And for all these charging locations, it's recommended to level 2. Level 2 is normally for people who are parking for about 2 to 4 hours, although anyone who parks and charge will still benefit from it. But to get a full charge, it would still be a little bit aimed at people staying longer. But this is why we pick places where we know people aren't going to just be in and out super quickly. And with this spot, one ADA parking access spot would be required, and that's a necessity. If we're using Mass EVIP, they do require that we have an ADA access parking spot. And then the recommended amount of stations that we have for all of these spots are going to be anywhere from 2 stations that have 4 ports, anywhere to 5 stations with 10 ports. And now the reason why there's such a broad, small to like all the way to 10 parking spots, because I know that's a lot, is that there's these chargers are at a fixed cost, meaning that there's the permitting and trenching and electrical infrastructure upgrades and all of that are fixed. They're not going to change. So they recommend taking advantage and installing as much as you can within that price, which actually brings the cost down by a lot. So there's a range on all of these on these sites, but I'm not going to get into too much detail about that for right now. And then again, some other views of where these chargers would be on the opposite side of that black fence. And then Seed to Stem is that tan building in the back there. The next location is the fire station on Milk Street, and this was picked again because of conversations with the fire chief and hearing his perspective on how he sees that this could be an added amenity to staff and visitors who use it. So this would be aimed at mostly people who work for the fire station and people visiting the fire station, as that lot is not advertised as a public parking lot. It also has some sufficient space in it for these chargers, walkability if visitors who need to get around other places need to, and high visibility near the main street, again, just for a sign to be put. So for this location, the 2 yellow circles indicate where different energy sources could be coming from. So with that, there are 2 different versions of where the chargers could go, because we don't want to trench super far. So we trench normally where as close to the utility pole as possible. So the version 1 is in the center of that lot. There's an existing utility pole there. Outlined in red would be the section the chargers would, this parking spots would be, and that green line is again where the chargers would go. And then version 2 would be utilizing that charging pole or utility pole all the way on the corner, and then putting those chargers right along the sidewalk at the fire station. And then again, recommended that level 2 chargers be installed there. And if we use Mass EVIP, again, 1 spot would have to have ADA parking access. And the recommended amount of stations would be ranging from 2 stations, which would take up a lot less space, to 5 stations, which would take up more but be a lot cheaper. But again, more conversations to come on that. So this is version 1, facing Milk Street, facing the sidewalk area. They'd be straight against the sidewalk in a line. And this is version 2, using that middle section closest to the little grass bed along the other sidewalk, and the chargers would go down that striped median line that you can see in that parking lot. So our second or our third location is the Nelson pickleball courts, and these were chosen because again, public access would be able to be used. It's a high utilized location in the summer with swimming at Lake Chauncey, pickleball, starting all the way in spring sometimes, going all the way to the fall. And the walkability in the neighborhood is also something to point out, because lots of people who charge at the golf course sometimes live near the golf course as well. So this could go the same for this location. And I also want to highlight that this site was supported by the Recreation Department at their May 19th meeting as well, and they supported it as being prioritized. And also being close to parking and walking to some of the soccer fields could be possible. So the recommended spot for these chargers is if you're turning into the lot on your left in that back corner, facing the residential houses there. They're out of the way, they're not close, taking up those favorite spots right next to the pickleball courts, and tucked away, which the Recreation Committee liked.
That's the charter.
I don't want to do that. Is it gonna die? I don't think so. Recommended amount of chargers would be anywhere from 3 stations with 6 ports to 5 stations and 10 ports again, and 1 spot having ADA access. So these are the spots facing the nearby houses against that grass. So the chargers would go in that back corner. You can see it's kind of shaded, but they would have to go where that grass is located there. Now the last spot would be the community center. And this spot was chosen again due to its high usage potential, with the Recreation Department being upstairs and the library soon at some point to be, the library won't be there anymore, sorry. The senior center being moved in there, and the walkability to all the Bay State shops and restaurants, and just a nice amenity use for people who are using the community center. But I also want to make clear and point out that I'm aware that the community center and Bay State Commons lies on a Superfund site, and with that comes added complexities with rules about trenching and going and permeating the soil. So I have already contacted and read through the AUL and spoken to the LSP who wrote that to understand, like, is this even possible, or else I would not have included this in this presentation. It is possible. There are added complexities, but if this is a site that you guys see as a priority to investigate more, then we can, at a further presentation, present the detailed costs. But it would be more costly to charge here just because of the requirements in that AUL. So again, for this site, there are two different utility places we could get energy from. One is from the back of the building, highlighted in yellow of that community center. And then one would be adding a new utility pole, which National Grid could do for us, kind of in the direction off screen. It's pointing by the railroad tracks. And then, so version 2 would be using that pole that's closest to the railroad tracks. And then version 1 would be using a connection through the building, which has been scoped out already as well. And again, these chargers would be level 2 with ADA access, and the recommended amount is anywhere between 4 stations and 8 ports and 5 stations and 10 ports. And when I say 10 ports also, that means 10 parking spots, just to be clear. So this is version 1 directly across of the, right now, the main doors of the library, where it is right now. So they'd be up against that flower bed that you can see in the top left corner, and the chargers themselves would go along that center white line in that middle image. So just to give you viewpoints of where the version 1 chargers could go if we use that energy. And then version 2, if you're exiting out of the, right now, the library, on your right, there's another section to park. It's kind of right across from where the handicap accessible parking spots exist right now. And then those spots could be utilized if it's more convenient or cheaper to pull energy from the other utility pole. So just to wrap up quickly, this is just a timeline schematic of what we've completed, where we're at now, and what we hope to do. So previously, we've done additional scoping since this Power Options Roadmap was completed in the fall. Energy Source helped us do that, and we've also been in the process with another company through Power Options just to get more rescoping, which has all been free, but just getting more information. And currently, we're trying to get updated cost estimates from both of these companies. And also tonight, presenting to you all on, I like to say part 1, so just presenting to you on the priority sites that Sustainable Westborough has chosen. And then if tonight the select board concurs that these are also priority sites that you view then we'll be able to move forward with getting more updated information on the actual incentive amounts, grant funding, much more detailed slides on the charging layout and the chargers. And that would be, I'd like to say, like in a part 2 presentation in about a month or so on more of that funding information. And really what our goal is by the fall to be able to move forward with about 2 of these sites that we've listed tonight and be able to start applying for funding. And then in the spring of 2027, revisit some of these other priority sites that we've listed here tonight or in the roadmap that was done by Power Options. But just to reiterate that your support would not be supporting us doing actual construction or anything. It's just understanding that we're able to continue to move forward with this process and that we're in concurrence that you also view these sites as a priority, or else we won't keep pursuing them.
All
Any
right, Ms. Mead,
questions?
thank you very much. That was terrific. I move it to the board for questions or thoughts.
Yep, I'll jump in.
Sorry, I could look either way. Pardon.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Fantastic presentation. Thank you so much, and welcome to Westborough. Obviously, been here
Or back to
before.
Westborough.
Back to Westborough. Part of the team. You know what I'm saying.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, a couple questions. So, just on the private sites, is that is there a funding mechanism that the town is supporting, or are you basically making an introduction and the private entity is saying we want to pursue it based on the information and they're running with it?
That's exactly it.
The second part.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
okay.
second part.
Thank you. That's what I thought I heard. I just want to make sure. The let's, I guess, so I'm supportive of this in general, and I appreciate that we have a plan and we're scoping it and all of that, so that's great. I'd like to, just in my thoughts, take I guess take each site one by one, but first starting with what is the decision basis of the number of stations? Like, you've given options, like we could do, 2 with 4 and 5 with 10. Like, what's the rubric around that? Which sort of leads to my second question, which is, I love this, and I think that there are some areas where I'm worried because these effectively become dedicated spaces, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got this balance of support
Right.
needs while still, who's driving, a hybrid or an EV, and we're seeing more and more of those, of course, but
2 points. So the first, so how we got the amount of chargers to be allocated at these spots. One was what already Power Options put in their estimate through their knowledge of EV charging and what would be recommended, maybe through what we've described as, lots of people go there, then they think maybe we should install a lot more, but also taking into account the cost of trenching itself to get out to some of these spots from where the energy, we're pulling the energy from, would be a lot of money to only put, say, one station. Like we, even at the golf course, they have 2 stations and 2 ports. However, I'd like to point out, when that was done, it was a lot more cheap. There was better incentives and grant funding was more available. It's a little more different right now and difficult, unfortunately. So the perspective that these 2 companies who have helped give us estimates are on is like, it'll be in the best interest for us to do it this way. But I've also voiced my opinion to them that 10 parking spots is a lot to give up instead of some of these locations, and that there will be worry and concern about that. So I've already prepared them and told them to create 2 different analyses so that we can compare a version of a smaller parking amount or smaller parking spots and versions where it's a little cheaper, but it maybe takes up a lot more space, so that you all can actually view and make that decision appropriately.
thank you. Thanks.
If you don't mind, could I add one more point to that? So I
Can I name?
everything Lila said.
Just introduce yourself, Jeff. We know
I'm
you,
sorry?
but.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jeff Levine, Vice Chair of Sustainable Westborough. So there's one other consideration. Everything Lila said is absolutely correct. There's one other consideration, and that's the incentives. It turns out that very deliberately, the incentives encourage more stations because they want to have the towns put in more stations. So it turns out the amount of the incentives increases with the number of stations. So there is actually a benefit. There's more money to work with if we put in more stations. So there's a benefit in putting in additional stations.
Thank you.
Got it.
Thanks.
Makes sense.
Okay. So let's just take, and maybe you want to pull these up, but let's start with the fire station first. So my first, I think it's just more of a question. I remember when we were considering maybe a purchase of other property for overflow parking because the fire station is full, it's active. I have some concerns about what is being proposed. I have no idea how many members of our staff drive vehicles that would use these. So that's my first concern. And then if we were to put these in this location, which is near the downtown and could have some off-hour use, I think we just would have to be very clear about signage for that, because I could see that becoming a conflict with staff parking there. And now this is available for the public. I don't know what signage is there now. It's like staff parking only, or if there's something, but I remember we've had that conversation. So that's kind of just my concern in general, that is this really for town staff, if firefighters or otherwise, or are we really inviting the public to use these spaces? And if so, then signage and then if it's really for the public and it's for limited hours, is this really the best use of a high priority location? So
Yeah.
you don't have to answer that, just kind of providing my thoughts there. The other thing is if you can go to the photo that has like shows that middle striping at the fire department. I think to be a firefighter, you're going to drive a big truck. I'm kidding, but lots of big trucks in there, and maybe they're all EVs. I don't know, but it's tight, right? Because they're big trucks, and so if we're now going to use that, how I would want an understanding of how that's going to affect flow within the parking lot. My friends in Sustainable Westborough know what kind of car I drive, so smaller spots do not work with the kind of car I drive. And so turning radius and everything else, I would be concerned. I would just be concerned with that middle approach that you've got there. So you can take that away. Okay. Going to the pickleball courts, the location seems to make sense for me. The only,
I'm sorry, Fred Lenaro, Community Development Director. Just very quickly, the fire chief is also anticipating fire vehicles may be using this. So he was anticipating some of their administrative vehicles, if you will, going to electric vehicles.
and we have the ZEB policy. So like, I get it. I just, yeah, no, thank you. Good point. Thanks. So on the pickleball courts, location makes sense to me. The one thing, and I realize this is not part of what you're presenting, is that is an area with increased use where we have zero electricity anywhere near those pickleball courts. So if someone wants to do something, let's say the rec department wanted, like, you have to bring in a generator. Trust me, I've done it for a couple years. It's a pain in the butt. So I realize that's not part of what's going on here, but when we think about improving amenities in a particular area, is there another opportunity here? I don't know what budgetarily, if we're going to dig things up to get here, is there an opportunity to put power elsewhere on site for other purposes in the future? I don't know.
Well, quickly, one
Yep.
thing, in the report, it's recommended we have to install another electric pole that would go in the corner of where those chargers are, and that would be covered with National Grid.
Okay, so there would be a future location for future use to pull off of?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay,
They'd
great.
pull off from a one across the street, they'd attach it to
So
new
they
pole.
put in a pole, and then should the town want to, then now we have access to near
presume so.
same side road parking lot access. Great. Okay, thank you. And then the community center, my thoughts were just, the location 1 or 2, I'm not sure. Again, it goes back to parking, right? The dream here is to have that first floor be heavily utilized by our seniors. And so when I see version 1, I feel like that's just right there at the entrance. I feel like maybe off to the side is the better location, but, and again, just really, the number of ADA spots that, or ADA or near spots we'd be giving up for this. So
Yeah, just to that point, our design creates additional ADA or handicap parking in that first area. So I think you would need to work with our architect to identify, what those spaces are going to be used for.
words out of my mouth. Exactly. Yeah. So I think just anticipating that, again, I think it makes sense. The location is great. In general, it's interesting if you had, option number 2 and you have that utility pole off. And again, I don't remember where the town's property line goes, but is that next bank of parking within the towns? I just don't remember. Would that be an option versus 2? So pushing it back a row. So you don't have to answer that now. I think I've exhausted my time. Thank you.
There's no limit.
There. Oh, well, so no.
Thank you, Shelby. Nick, Mark.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you for that. I really appreciate all your efforts because you've obviously been hard at work. I had 2 comments on the fire station site. I would prefer not to use the site version 2 because I'm concerned that trenching near the memorial might leave a scar of some kind that would diminish the experience and the
I've noted that.
speciality
Yeah.
of it. Is that a word?
It is now.
It is. All right. Well, it's not the first time I've made up words. So, and then on the community center, you had indicated that Grossman, who owns Bay State, was one of the respondents. I would prefer to let them do their thing and put some EV stations in and see where those are in relation to the community center before we spend time, effort, and money. It seems like a duplication of effort, and maybe there'll be enough charging stations on site that goes from priority 1 to priority 3, and we can focus our efforts on a different site. That's all I have.
Understood.
Thank you.
Until I think of something else.
Okay. That's good.
No, I mean, the one I had was the 9/11 memorial there that I would prefer not to put that there, but other sites, and I think understanding the cost savings that are there, but looking at the number of spots, I think they're all covered with other things. I like ones to the side. This one here, fine, but then just really evaluate. I think looking forward to seeing the cost things to put it all into perspective. I guess the other question is, are these, when we go for grants, whatever, are these grants looking to fund it completely, or is there other funding? Is there town funding that needs to come behind it, and is that going to be part of that next presentation of what those amounts would be?
Yeah, good question. There'll be, for every site, it'll list if there's a national grid incentive, so utility incentives, if it's how much Mass EVIP estimates we can get coverage from, and then there'll be a net cost that the town would have to provide as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to tag on, great question, Ian. I think that support of this is very sort of conditional, right, on the what is the town's lift. So that just from my perspective of I appreciate the desert that you also shared, and I think it's very relevant to this conversation and for consideration, and it's always going to be a balance, right?
Yeah.
Sean. Just real quickly, very supportive of the work you've done. Thank you for the presentation, very thorough. The 4 general locations and all the comments the board has already made, I'm very supportive of, and the 4 locations make a lot of sense. So I look forward to seeing this continue to progress, and I am very interested in seeing the answers to the questions that the board has presented. So thank you.
Oh, Ms. Ahmed, thank you. Yeah, just a couple other comments. I really like the South Street parking lot location. I think that's another reason to try and drive folks to that municipal lot. I think it's underused. That makes a lot of sense. And then I guess my expectation as well is that in the future, once rates are set, that these are fully, the revenue fully covers sort of the way it does at the golf course. And I imagine we would need to be consistent in our rates across all these locations would be the expectation. I don't know. But I guess that's a future consideration. But Ms. Smith, thank you very much.
Who actually, that was one of my questions. I know Jim Stewart kind of manages the one that we have, but who is it? Is that us that we set the rate and then we determine the hours? We only have one, so I don't.
Yeah, I believe the rate was set when they were first established. I'm not sure that it's changed. I think one of the slides that Lila showed that we're actually a lot lower than other communities.
Well, I just didn't know. Again, with one, it's kind of. But
so at the most recent town meeting, we set up that revolving account. So I assume once we move forward with identifying the additional locations, I presume we'll talk about the rate.
Okay, but that would be under the board's responsibility. Okay.
Now, I didn't see a motion here, so it's just sort of a general consideration.
There is a motion for the
I think she's asking for
consensus.
Yeah, I mean, you could make a motion to concur with the priority sites as presented in order for the purpose of moving to the second phase of.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any follow-on discussion of the motion?
just a point, just around this funding piece. Again, I know we're going to get another bite of the apple, but I want to be sure that when that information comes back and we're considering kind of, do we want to go forward in the cost, that the projections include like, the funding, not only like, are we paying for the electricity, but how much do we have to pay, and what is our
Projected revenue,
what?
the revenue.
Well, yeah, I
Or
mean,
break
there's going to be
even?
some potentially some upfront cost as part of the installation, and at what point do we get our money back is where I was going.
Break
Was it-
even.
Thank you. Sorry. It's getting late already.
Yes, it is.
Yes, sorry. Thank you.
Yes.
But let's make sure we include that. I know we're going to want it, the public will want to see it.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? 5-0. Sabed, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you very
job with
much.
that.
And now you're handing it off to.
To Jeff. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm still Jeff Levine, Vice Chair of Sustainable Westborough. I've come before you today, as I have in the past couple of years, to ask your permission to post some signs.
Jeff, just come closer to the
A
microphone.
little bit closer? Okay. To ask your permission to post some signs in advance of our annual electric vehicle exposition. I'm asking for permission to post two lawn signs at the Westborough Golf Club, as well as two signs at the pickleball courts, approximately 4 weeks prior to the EV Expo, which will be in September. Also on the EV chargers at the golf club, in the past, we have posted signs, a little bit different. The signs on the chargers are to encourage people to to bring their vehicles to the expo. The lawn signs are more geared towards visitors, inviting visitors to come to the expo itself. Just to give you an idea, these are not the final signs. We haven't designed the signs, but based on what we've done in past years, just to give you a sense of what the signs look like. This is the lawn sign. The expo will be, the date is accurate. The expo will be September 20th, 2 to 5 p.m. In Amazon's parking lot, as we have done in the past. And the sign on the charger is just an 8.5 by 11 sign. And as you see, this is encouraging EV owners to bring their vehicles to the show.
Check motion.
Terrific. Yes, go ahead.
I move to approve the placement of flyers on the EV charging stations at the golf club to support outreach and recruitment of EV owners for the EV Expo, and the placement of lawn signs on public property in the proposed locations.
Second. I
Okay.
just had a question though.
Sure.
Will this also be followed up with billboard and digital sign advertising through the
Yes.
town manager's office?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
they
will
just
have
don't
lawn,
need
we will
permission
have
for
lawn
that.
signs,
No, I just
other
wasn't
places.
sure what the policy.
We also will ask to post the same information on the electronic billboards at the town, on town billboards, yeah.
Okay. I think in the past, I don't know if we've ever approved the lawn signs on the golf club and the pickle courts before, have we?
Last year you did, yes.
We did last year? Okay.
Yeah, we did. I think there was some discussion back and forth as to whether to do that. It's kind of outside of policy, what we did with others. So, there's two signs. I know when I've looked at in the schools, we don't authorize the schools, but I've noticed that the schools typically allow for them.
We go to the each individual principal, and they
Right.
always give us permission to post the lawn signs at the schools.
And then we do have spaces, Ward Corner and other spaces that I'm sure are used.
Correct.
As other community groups are allowed to use and other boards. So, again, it's two signs. Gonna make a big stink about it, but at some point, just concerned about policy, about who we let to use different things and on town property, but I'm not gonna make a big stink about it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further comment? All right, all those in favor? Okay, 5-0. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, item 11, community center project discussion.
Can you let them know that? I'm sorry.
What would you like?
Oh, never mind. There it is. Sorry. So this is the third meeting that we've talked about the community center. We have our architect and our OPM on again. Last meeting we talked about at this meeting being the meeting where a decision should be made related to when the board would like to move forward and what the scope of that next step is. One of the questions we received was, what does that mean related to other projects in the capital plan? So I'm going to go through that, and I know our finance director is in the window, can help answer questions also.
He's in the wind.
So this is, we really, really, really want to highlight, which is that this is all based on estimates, estimated costs related to the community center and other future costs, and then assumptions about debt based on current information. It's not different than how we do other presentations, but just want to be really clear that we're making some assumptions here. They're certainly based on how things have worked in the past and what we're seeing in the market and other discussions, but they're estimates. So right now if you look at the capital plan, we've put the community center phase 1. So this is the old phase 1, or we've talked about other things. Phase 1 being just the senior center. So just that front part of the lower level, with alternates, the 5 alternates that we've talked about. So that's the elevator, the additional elevator, the additional staircase, the 2 additional program rooms as alternates, and then 2 other things that I think, yes.
Sorry, Chrissy, the 10-5 represents inclusion of those? No.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, yeah, I thought it did, but it does include that escalation factor, I think. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, and then we have the community center phase 2, which is the 14.5. And so this is where they're both sitting currently on the capital plan. One thing that we just want to show, and it's shown on our sort of larger spreadsheet with the capital plan, which was what I was referring to earlier, that I think we can, do a clearer job showing some of these things in our documents. But this is actually in there, and what we're showing is that these are all of the projects that we anticipate having a borrow authorization request through fiscal 35. So A and B roof was just approved at the last town meeting, and then these are the other things we see coming up in fiscal 28. and then fiscal 30. Of these three projects at the bottom, you'll see that those are projected to be funded through the capital improvement fund, because in fiscal 35, currently, we're estimating that we'll start accumulating money in that fund, just under $6 million. So we would be able to pay these three projects you see at the bottom and any future projects coming out of that capital improvement fund. This bar chart shows kind of why we were picking fiscal 30, and it's really because you see a pretty significant drop in our debt as we're moving into fiscal 30. And so that was really based on our declining debt. When we see debt falling off, sort of plugging in projects just in order to stabilize our debt. That's based on the project at that amount being fully borrowed.
I'm sorry, Christy. So for that chart here, is that the cost of our debt each of those years?
So this is our debt. This is just debt fully authorized through fiscal 26.
The cost of the debt, not the actual.
Right. Sorry. Yep.
Not future projects.
Correct.
Future projects will attach on.
They would be on top of it. Yes.
So that fiscal 2030 number does not include the borrowing for the communities.
Correct. Correct.
But also the 28 does not include the three.
That's correct. It's everything authorized through the high school roof A and B that was
High school roof in 27 is
through is high school roof A and B in here, John? No. Okay. So anything through fiscal 26. So anything that was approved before this last annual town meeting.
okay. So the list, the page before this, I had the anticipated borrowing. Those are.
None of these are in there.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
So this slide I showed last time, there's one update here. We did meet with myself, our finance director, and your chair, met with the chair of the Affordable Housing Trust to have some discussion about that Del Webb Chauncey Lake Stabilization Fund. Ultimately, we sort of talked about half going to affordable housing and half being available to support seniors. We've already appropriated, or town meeting has already authorized or appropriated 1.1 million from that for the seniors, and has also already transferred 1.2 million of that to the Affordable Housing Trust. And then this is an interest earning account, so there's some additional money that could be divided. So this number is now at that 3.5 million, not based anymore on the balance, but on what right now would be half of what's sort of owed to the senior portion.
Sorry. Yeah. That's inclusive of the money already coming out, or is this separate?
This is in addition to the 1.1 that we've already appropriated.
So does that mean that there's 7 in total, 3.5 could be allocated if we do 50-50 to, or is it 3.5 million total?
There's 7 million
There's 3 point-
between what's been received and what is still due from Del Webb.
The balance right now is just under $4 million. So we would be able to access this half immediately. I guess I'm missing your question because you're still.
Yeah. So the question is 3.5 in here. That's the 1.1 and the 1.2 that you talked about. Just stay with the senior piece. The 1.1 is already done.
Mm-hmm.
This is additional 3.5.
Yes.
And this 3.5 is not the total amount that's in it. This would be the amount at a 50-50 allocation that you would, that
Yes.
you are suggesting gets allocated to
Yes.
the scene. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right.
No.
So the total amount is 9 million. 4.5 million goes to seniors. 4.5 million goes to affordable housing.
And we've spent, so 3.5 million is available. Yep.
And
Thank
we've
you.
used 1.1, so there's a little bit more because of the interest that we've earned in that account.
Yep. Nope. Perfect.
But we have not received all of the money due to that account because we haven't. Not all of the buildings have been built at Del Webb.
Yep.
Okay. So this is when we're thinking about the 10.5 million borrow. These are other funds that could have an impact if you were to go from the phase 1 that we talked about before to that full lower level. Potentially And again, this is estimates. We would have to finish the work and learn what those new cost estimates were for the full lower level. But this would be over and above that 10 million, so over and above the borrow that we're talking about. So if the full project was 18 million, you would be able to get to that 10.5 million using some of these funding sources.
But if we say the 10.5 million, it would be much lower from a borrow because
Assuming that it's still 10.5 million. Yes.
Or whatever the number is, this will help us.
Yes.
To reduce the.
Right.
Good.
Thank you.
So this is this is why I printed it off for you so you could look at it, on paper. But essentially, what this is showing is what the cost of what the borrow would look like if we borrowed in fiscal 28 versus fiscal 30, which was the question that we got last time. Under both scenarios, because of the capital improvement fund, we would anticipate paying off the projects in the same fiscal year. But it would be about $500,000 more to the project if we were to do the borrow in fiscal 28. What's really important about that is that that's assuming that it's 10.5 million in fiscal 28 and it's still 10.5 million in fiscal 30. So if you look at the escalation estimates that we were given by our architect, it was 5% per year. We kept it flat so that you could really see, you could really compare directly. And again, not knowing what the full cost is, we're just using that $10.5 million number. The next two slides are just really intended to show that regardless of when we borrow, based on sort of where we're at with our debt strategy and our debt, we would stay below that 10% ceiling in our fiscal management policies. So right now, we say that our goal is to establish debt of 7% with a ceiling of 10% and a floor of 2%. We're right around that sweet spot of 7%, regardless of if we borrow in fiscal 28 or fiscal 30. And then this last slide is just showing what the borrow would look like to the average single family taxpayer. Again, a $10.5 million borrow. What's going on?
No, I just don't like the.
Can you go back to that other slide, Chrissy? I'm sorry. It was
Which one?
The bar chart.
Yeah.
The estimated debt, and just walk us through. Please walk us through that one
When
more
I first
time.
looked at it, just by pictorial, because of your whatever legend on the side, it's so tight. It looks like this big jump from 6.25 to 6.52, but it's really not a huge jump.
No.
I just look at that line and I'm like, holy cow, that's a big spot.
Okay.
Looks like an Olympic ski jump,
Yeah.
but yeah.
But it's really, just to be clear, it's 6.25.
It's a quarter of a
Right.
percent.
Right.
Quarter of a percent.
And that's showing the fiscal year in which we would receive the authorization and then the first fiscal year in which debt would hit.
Yep.
So if we borrowed in 30, it would go from, the debt wouldn't hit until fiscal 31.
Thank you. I love how she said, what's going on over there?
I just looked and said, holy cow, that looks really bad to do it now.
And then this is just the impact of again, for the average single family. And this is based on an estimated interest rate of 4.5, which is conservative, as we've seen in past borrows. And this would apply, again, because we're all else being equal, would apply whether it's in fiscal 28 or 30. The additional $123, which is estimated to the average single family, would happen in fiscal 29 if it was appropriated in fiscal 28, or fiscal 31 if it was appropriated in fiscal 30. So I think based on the questions that you had last time, I sort of feel like this slide has the most information in terms of sort of the value of borrowing in 28 versus 30, which is showing, again, that the debt, because we would short-term borrow and because we would see growth in our capital improvement fund, we would expect to pay off quickly. And again, there would be that $500,000 delta, assuming all else remained equal.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Can I go back to another thing you said, because it's just sticking in my head? When we were talking on the chart of additional potential funding sources, 10.5. Then you said if we went up to 18, it would be 10.5. But what is? Remind me again of what the projection was from the architects for the original phase 1 with a April 27, so it would be 10.3.
10 point.
So 10.5 is kind of what that was.
Or 10
So I guess you said the 18.
What-
You would just say that as an illustrative, or you're saying that we could add 8? You're saying let's add 8 more and we're still at 10.5 because that's what we put in the capital plan. Sorry.
I'm saying that what we talked about at the last couple of meetings was the potential to turn phase 1 into the entire lower level.
Yeah.
So obviously we would anticipate that that would be more than the 10.5 million.
Yeah.
If we use these other funding sources to offset that, potentially, I have no idea what that number will be, but potentially you get back down closer to that 10.5 as a borrow once you've applied these other funding sources.
Okay.
I'll caveat that with the understanding that the senior center property obviously can't be sold until after seniors move over there, and then you would just use that money to apply to the principal.
Yep.
So Christy, just to follow on to Ian's question, because I know how people will be like, someone said it's going to cost 18,
Yeah.
right? Is that number just like we just tossing a number out, or does that have some
I was
basis?
taking the no, it has no basis in actual cost. If you take 10.5 and you add these additional funding sources, you get right around 18 million.
Thank you.
Right. And that's what
Okay.
gets back to 10.
I understand. Okay.
Yep. The other thing I would say that I think is really important, which I didn't already say, is that the 14.5 was inclusive of the back half of that lower level, as well as I believe the pool and the rest of the second floor. So one of the things that the board might want to consider is if you did the entire first floor, we've already designed the pool, so that's, you can make that decision sort of later, whether that's part of the project. This 14.5 would obviously significantly, or would reduce, I shouldn't say significantly, would reduce because it no longer, because that first phase 1 would include that back half of the lower level. And then you would sort of make some decisions about whether or not you think in 2 years you're doing the rest of the upper level, or if you're sort of deferring that for a longer period of time because now the full building is usable.
Did you have a follow-up?
So I hear this talk about, 10.5 and 14.5 and funding sources, but we're really just trying to decide tonight whether to authorize her to use the remaining money to design, move forward with the design. We're not authorizing anything more than that.
Right, but I think the point would be is if we're not going to do the borrow till what's in the capital plan in 2030, would
Well, we're
we
not going to
authorize?
do the borrow at all because the WCCF is going to come up with all this money. Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying,
honestly, I don't mean to put all the
no,
pressure on you, but
back to what your
But I
question
think-
though was,
I think- but-
we
but-
wouldn't. No, sorry, we
Go ahead.
wouldn't. You're absolutely correct. What we're looking to do tonight, but if we said we're not going to move up our plan for the timing and then thus the borrowing, I don't think we would want to spend that additional money now because it would just sit on the shelf for.
Well,
Yeah,
so I don't
you-
understand that because if we're going to design it, right, and we have money left over, let's get it designed. Then we can get out and figure out what it's going to cost and whether we want to move forward with phase 1 as it originally was, phase 1 plus the rest of the first floor, phase 1. I mean, I don't think we have enough money to design the second floor, but maybe we do. I don't.
We don't know what the costs are. So I think to what you're saying, Mark, this is not the last decision that the board needs to make and before you
No.
decide what goes to town meeting. But I think but you need to decide if you're interested in bringing anything to the March town meeting because,
Okay. So I am absolutely interested
okay,
in doing that.
but
Go ahead.
because If you fully design it and you wait a couple of years, it would still need additional architectural review to make sure that like all the codes are,
Right.
compliant and everything's complete. And we do
Better
have
said
to.
than what I was saying,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so now I understand that let's not design it now if we're not going to move forward in March, but I do want to move forward with the senior center portion in March because I've expressed, I think we need to get the seniors into that space sooner rather than later for a number of reasons, mainly because we're all getting older, but also because if we want to sell the existing senior center in order to use that money to fund further improvements, we can't do that until we have a replacement, a bigger, better senior center.
Well, and I think that's one thing that you would need to discuss. Like when you sell this senior center, are you proposing that that funding be used for a second phase, or are you proposing that that funding be transferred to pay down the principal of the first project? Because right now we're sort of the way that it's been presented in these last few meetings is to pay down the principal on the first
Yes.
project.
That would be
that would be my. I would rather get it all paid for and then go to phase 2.
I would agree with that.
'Cause I think it shows good faith to the town that we did it, we put it in, we paid it off. Now let's go to phase 2, and I know Jen's sitting out here, and I feel bad in the rec center, but we are using it right now. I know there's work that needs to be done there to improve it, but I just feel like we have a better chance of getting this through town in a process that says, here's our plan, and our plan is to accelerate and use this funding to, take this back to that slide you had showing the
Pay as you go.
Pay as you go.
Yep.
And
Well-
phase 2 is going to come when phase 1's paid off.
Exactly.
And then logically, I think seniors will feel better about supporting if they're like, our beloved current senior center, right, is going to be sold. And that's like sort of a down payment commitment on this new, the new location.
Sean, if I can ask a question, I want to go back to the finances for a second. I apologize if I'm a little slow on this. If the proposed cost of phase 1 is $10.5 million, and those funding sources that you have identified as potential funding sources being $8.5 million, in theory, am I understanding correctly that the borrow might only be $1.5 million? Is that the law?
Say if it was 10.5 and you wanted to use these funding sources, the borrow, so you would be able to, in that town meeting, transfer the 3.5 million from the Del Webb Chauncey to be used for the project, transfer the 1.6 from free cash to be used for the project, and then you would have to borrow the balance. Then once you sold the senior center, this is the assessed value.
Then
So
we
say you
do
get 3
pay as you
million,
go.
then it would come into our sale of real estate, and then we would ask town meeting to transfer the money from sale of real estate to pay down the principal.
And the
Yeah.
sponsorship program is speculative.
Right.
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
one I
so,
haven't been
so I mean, I think that to me that's the cleanest message to kind of communicate how this goes, because basically what 85% of it could be funded through these sources in theory.
My hesitation there is, and I'm not sure when we move to this next part of the conversation, which is we keep talking about phase 1. I'm looking at the slide deck so we have from, that you were that put in our packet. Scoping phase 1, I think, gets right to the heart then of, Patrick, what you're saying. Is the project really, I know maybe we're not making that decision tonight, because 10.5 minus 6 or 7 is a much happier number than, we've got to do some, we want to put in the elevator, we want to put in the second stairs, we want to build out the whole. So I think I'm not clear about when we make that part of the decision.
I think tonight would be from a design standpoint.
So tonight, because the next step would be to execute change orders with our OPM and our architect, which we have to do because of the amount of time in this pause. Tonight, you we would also, within those change orders, we would scope the design to say it's the rest of the lower level.
Right, okay.
And I
That's
keep
an
saying that
example.
because that's what we've been told is what, with the balance of, that we have left, we could complete the lower level.
Versus a little bit here and then the second floor as an example.
And they are on, just,
Yes.
if you will have questions for them.
Do
Yeah,
we-
guys, that's a question to that though too. Sorry. As we had, what we have right now, we've talked about phase one, which was the initial senior center, doesn't have the program rooms, doesn't have the elevator or stairwells, you mentioned those. And I think the other ones was the entryway for the hall and the emergency generator, which I think that one we're going to try to get
A
grant for that.
That was
But
the original phase
yeah, those were alternates that did not include. It did include the 2 new program rooms, but did not include the veterans or the actual hall. Whatever,
Right, so it didn't,
auditorium.
yeah, it didn't include the auditorium or,
Right.
any of the
So,
veteran space.
so my question is, I guess to you, but maybe to the architects as well, if we said we wanted to, the design to include the entirety of that first floor, inclusive of, so that includes some of these change orders, we have to decide on elevator, stairs, one, both, whatever. Can they do it? Can they do that as well and kind of alternate? So if it comes back and we find out that, just for example, the auditorium is $10 million, just making up numbers, and we could say, okay, well, that's just too much for us to bite off right now. We don't want to, even though they've designed it, it's
Yeah.
not one that we want to bring to town meeting right now because it's just,
I believe that's what they said at the last meeting, but we should have them.
And when we bid it though,
Speak to
when it goes for bid, it has to be bid in a very specific order.
That's right.
That-
We have to act on it. in
But
that
we could
order.
ask them for something.
Right,
to
but I
bid.
think you'll get cost estimates ahead of bidding
Right.
also.
Right.
I think they're,
Yeah.
we can't see them, but I think they're,
I think that is the important thing because we need to take
Trying
it
to
back.
tell.
Ian, you're hitting the nail right on the head. We need to take it back and understand how we want to chunk this to the best advantage, most likelihood to actually succeed.
Okay, so let's see if we can get those gentlemen up in our view. I don't know if we,
I have to,
can we get them on the
So
big screen?
there we go.
there they are.
All right, all right.
We
could.
Thank you
we
for
could
waiting.
See you just couldn't see
Yeah,
us.
It's a question for them.
Yeah.
So, do we have to decide on alternates like the elevator now?
No.
No?
Do you want to?
What can we hit- yeah.
Well, that's what
Question.
we can answer.
So the recommendation, my recommendation, and I'm Tom Gazunas, your OPM, Owner's Project Manager from CHA, would be to move forward with the design of the entire first floor. We would then be able to get real bona fide cost estimates from independent cost estimators as well as CHA cost estimating to give you pricing. You can pick and choose anything in any order as we're doing the cost estimates. Once we go out for bid, hard bid from the contractors, then it has to be in a defined order for alternates. And you have to take the alternates in the order that you have placed them. You cannot go to number 3 and skip over numbers 1 and 2, whatever 1 and 2 are.
Okay.
Okay, but we don't have
Perfect.
to make
That's a
those
great
decisions tonight. That's,
No.
But no, I think you answered my question. It's the full thing, but we'll get cost estimates before we go to bid, and then we can decide what we would want to go to bid with. But once we go to bid, we have to be very clear and stick with those alternate in the order that we want them.
Correct.
I see both. Perfect. Sorry, Mark. Now your question.
no, I mean, that answered my question. I'm not really sure what we're debating tonight. I just wanted, I'm ready to vote. but-
I
No,
do
I
have,
want
I do have
Okay,
one
one
quick question,
second.
hopefully. I just had one quick, in those cost estimates, will it give, so let's just say there's 4 sections. I'm just using a random number here for the first floor. And we get those 4 sections bid. Will that cost estimate also show, for example, if we don't do it all at once and we do parts 1 and 2 first, there's an additional cost. I think we discussed this at the last meeting of reopening up and recreating an a work zone in an area that's already been built, is the cost estimates for each one of those part 2, 3, and 4 also going to be, will that be included in the estimate to understand, hey, if we do it all at once, it's $1 million, but if we do it in chunks, it's going to cost us $1.5 million because we're reopening up walls, we're pulling wires, we're whatever the
Hoping
case
new
is.
contractors that-
We're bringing in contractors. There's dust prevention. There's all sorts of things that you got to think about. Is the cost estimate going to include that level of information so that we can say logically, hey, it's better to do it all, or it's not better to do it all, and break it up?
We can have the cost estimators estimate it any way we want. So the short answer is yes, we can have them do that and create their cost estimates. One estimate would be that it is included as part of the project. The other would be what would be the cost if it was done, I'm going to call it 1.5 years, 2 years later.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
We just have to give them that level of detail so that they can create an informed estimate. Joel, do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Question, in what our packet, we have exterior wall repair costs. Small amount relative to the whole project, about 75,000. This is part of an old slide. Is that in addition to the 10.5?
I don't know if Joel, you want to speak to this. This is when
Well, I
you were
think-
you were trying to break out kind of maintenance requirements for the building.
And then I'll add the second question, which is there's also site repair costs, the parking lot, repair landscape areas, $50,000.
I think what happened was, and that was really the issue, is that I think when it was originally brought to the board, it was a high cost for the full project. So we thought, well, how do we break it up? And that's when phase one came from, and phase two. And then there were these additional things like, could we do the pool separate? Could we do the site work separate? At this point, I assume it would just be part of the full project.
Well, that's what I was going to say. At
Yeah.
this point, and to kind of Mark's questions, like I think that those items should just be in there.
Yeah.
And one less before I offer my view on this, the roof repair costs, are those done, the HVAC units and the relative repairs that were required around that?
There were, we had a warrant article to fund the RTU replacement, except for we didn't add the pool pack.
Yep.
There was no damage resulting from that project. So I think there was an estimate in there if there was damage. But there was also additional minor roof repairs that were not complete because that wasn't part of the article or the contract.
250.
Okay, so the HVAC replacements are done,
The RTUs, yeah.
the
Yep.
RTUs.
Yep. Right.
Okay.
So you take 8.
Okay, thank you. All right. So my view on this would be that we would scope the entire first floor. We would include the second elevator, the second stairs, and the access entry on the rear. That's what I would want to see scoped. As well as
access entry
those,
would be part of the first floor because we're scoping out the auditorium, so you need that access.
I think what they're saying is that they're going to be able to get cost estimates for all of the alternates as well. And we don't have
I'm
to
just telling you what I want, I don't want someone to go, oh, it's the first floor.
Well-
I think the elevator and the stairs are critically important.
No, I completely agree with that, but I also feel like, from what I'm sensing, we're going to get cost estimates on the entire first floor. Then we'll be able to decide what alternates we want to include, including those stairs and the elevator. But we talk about 10.5, we don't even know really until we get these cost estimates, right? Like, I mean, throwing out around these numbers is, to me, I don't want to say misleading, but because it's the only numbers we had presented, but
Well, and
let's go out and
I
get.
don't think they're misleading.
But to break it apart though, right, if I'm hearing Shelby correctly, and Shelby, I agree with what you're suggesting, but just to make sure I got you correct. When we talk about the entire first floor, we're asking CHA and the architect to go back and say, what are the four, I'll call it 4 pieces? The senior center is one. The elevator and the stairs is another one. The auditorium is another one. So are those three different
I don't
pieces
even-
that you want the estimate
I don't
on?
even want to be that specific
Entire
because,
first
the program rooms, I'm
So not
saying
if-
the entire first floor.
Yeah.
Making the entire first floor so we can come in and use it.
Sure.
And it won't be a future construction zone.
Okay.
Inclusive of the elevator and stairs. And again, I didn't want to assume that back entry would be required, but that makes sense if you're doing.
So
the
no
pool.
alternates then? That is
No, no,
the
no.
whole first floor?
No. From there, then we would go, oh, now they might, in the way they present it to us, say, you might consider, here's how we recommend. So guys, I'm asking you this, here's how we might recommend you package alternates. I don't want to tell them, I want them to tell us, here's how you might phase it.
Okay, I'm good
Yeah.
with that.
Well, and that's the point at which we're at, is that you would have
Yeah.
to complete the design before you can
Okay.
identify all the
Okay,
alternates.
so 1 second, so if I look at this, you've included all of the alternates except for the emergency generator.
Which I took out because my understanding is we would apply for a grant for that.
Yep. Perfectly, so I'm just making sure you're including all of those. And then the one other possible thing we could consider is the pool.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And we already have
The pool is fully designed, so you don't need to do anything further with design, but it could be part of the cost estimates that come back to you.
Yes.
I would like to just say that phase 1 did not include the veterans offices.
Correct.
So I would like to see some type of breakdown in the cost estimates that would say, okay, if you want to move forward with the veterans offices, you can without
yeah.
necessarily
That's-
moving forward with
yeah.
the theater or the lounge or the expanded restrooms, which we might not need expanded restrooms until the theater. I mean, I want piecemeal. I want kind of piecemeal options here.
So we would spend the next few months doing the full design, and then I expect sometime in late fall, Joel and Tom, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but sometime in late fall, we would have the cost estimates where they would work with you to identify what the alternates are, with the anticipation of going to bid in, I think, January, we were saying.
for March, to have solid numbers for March.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. So you want
I would move,
Did you have one more
Go ahead.
comment?
No,
You wanna go?
no, you got it. Go ahead.
I would move to authorize the town manager to execute change orders for the contracts between the town and CHA for owner's project manager services and between the town and BH&A for design services in order to resume the community center project with a project scope of designing and building the entire first floor, inclusive of a minimum of 2 public engagement sessions and 1 stakeholder meeting for an amount not to exceed the available funds remaining in previously approved articles. So I'll caveat that we do want, we want the pool to be included, but we know that's already done, so I don't want to.
and the
My motion is that I want the pool as part of what we consider for town meetings. I want to, but we don't have to use, I'm not asking you to authorize the funds for the pool.
So it says the entire first floor and pool, I think you read that. And that would be because we're talking about, we don't need to design it, but we would need to bid it again.
Yeah, he didn't include the
Oh,
pool.
you didn't include
No.
the pool.
I
Okay.
kept the pool out.
Yep.
Okay.
Specifically because you said it was already done and we're authorizing a change order. We don't need to do a change order for the pool. Well, correct?
I don't, is there any,
But you would, it's not I just don't want it to be excluded. It would not be a huge cost, but I believe you want to get updated cost estimates for the pool.
So I would include the pool in my motion.
Seconded.
Okay, and sorry, I think floor, I don't think vertical. Can we amend the motion to include the elevator and the secondary stairs?
Yes, I'll amend my motion to make sure that that's included.
And I'll amend my second.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Ready to vote? All in
Yes.
favor? 5-0.
Awesome.
Thank
Exciting.
you. I would say just before we close this out, gentlemen, is there any outstanding questions you have or anything that may be unclear, although you can always talk to our town manager? Okay.
Thank you for
Hey,
staying on
hey,
so late.
thank you.
Much apologies that we
All
kept
right.
you on so late tonight, but excited to move forward with you.
Have a good night.
It's great moving
you.
forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for sticking with us.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Okay.
Hey, Sean.
Oh, come on, you've made it this far. Don't leave us.
Kate's
now.
waiting for the
You'll see
job
Kate.
description.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Okay, we're going to quickly jump forward to item number 13. This should be brief. Library part-time administrative assistant job description.
Kate, thanks for waiting.
Thank you. She's like, hello, back here.
Is that my first? It won't be my last. No. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. My name is Kate Caraccio. I am the library director of Westborough Public Library. And I'm here in front of you to approve a job description for an administrative assistant at the library. This is a existing library assistant position. Kind of looking at our needs every time we have a vacancy. Again, I've been here before to do the same thing. We're taking a look at what our needs are and where they lie. And I think I'm coming up on 2 years in the position in the town. And what's been made very clear is we are struggling with the fact that we have no administrative support. So we don't have an administrative assistant at all in the department. It is a department of about 20 employees. We are open 60 hours a week. There's a lot of stuff that goes on with payroll. Most of our employees are part-time, and so it's not a simple process. And so between myself and the assistant director, we end up doing all of the administrative tasks on top of our jobs. And so in terms of freeing up our time and being able to serve our staff, our patrons, our community better, this seemed like a really good opportunity to address that hole in our staffing. So to be clear, this is not an ask for additional funding or additional hours. This is an existing library assistant position into an administrative assistant position.
All right, thank you very
So
much.
staff neutral.
Yes.
Any folks have any questions on the job description?
Just when I read it, so it's a part-time position.
Yes.
So I'll make a motion.
Yep.
I would move to approve the part-time administrative assistant position as presented and amend the classification plan to include the addition of the administrative assistant and a reduction of the part-time 13 hours per week library assistant position.
Seconded.
Any other questions? All those in favor? 5-0. Great, thank you.
That was easy.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We could have done that an hour ago. Yeah, sorry.
Don't tell her that.
No, sorry. Thank you for staying.
All right, so back, we had skipped over item number 12, open forum policy.
So it looks like in your packet, the marked up version didn't come through, so we're just passing out the marked up version.
Exactly
I was hoping for that.
Yes, exactly.
No, I said I was hoping for that. I was
Oh.
like, oh, where's the red line?
Yeah,
You know how
I
much
think
I
when
read?
it became a PDF, it didn't show them. So anyway, so this is your red line version. Basically, a few weeks ago, there was a question from a resident about a provision within the charter related to public comment. This board, as far as I can remember, has always had public comment, but there was a question that we posed to town council about the requirement for public comment, and he stated that his opinion was that boards are required to have a public comment period. And so in addition to that, he also reviewed our policy, which in relation to things that have happened since the policy was originally created. There's a lot of additional verbiage in here, but I don't think it changes too significantly what your policy already allows. Maintaining a limited time. I apologize. I was actually supposed to take out. Right now it says that we're changing it from 3 to 2 minutes. I was supposed to leave the 3 minutes in. So leaving it as 3 minutes per speaker, having time available at the end of the meeting if there are folks who, if there's more than the number of folks that can speak during that 10-minute portion. There's just some clarification of the chair's ability to stop someone from speaking if they're saying very specific things. And again, that's all in compliance with more current case law. And then related to the action, just talking about what the board might do, that the board's not engaging with the person at the podium. So really, again, just giving some more sort of legalese to the policy, but maintaining a lot of what you already do. I would also say that one of the things that we took out was that this is a select board policy. This has the sort of introduction that says this is for all boards that are appointed by the select board or the town manager. And then what we would do is we would take this policy and share it with other elected boards. They certainly would have their own ability to adopt it or not. I guess sorry, Patrick, one other thing that's in here that's not in the other one is to just note that, let me just try to find that here. If there is a public hearing during the meeting, there's a provision in here that just notes for speakers that their remarks made during public comment will not be considered as part of the public hearing record. You don't have as many public hearings, but that might be important for another board, like the planning board.
I don't think that even just applies to if there's a public hearing at the meeting. Like if you make a comment today and there's a public hearing 2 meetings from now, it still wouldn't be in the record, right? I mean,
right.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of.
It does. I don't think it's specific to that evening.
No, okay, yeah,
Yes. Yeah. So, Christy, first of all, thank you for putting this together. It was a 7-page opinion from KP Law, and a lot of information there. I got two main comments. One is to the point about this being provided once we approve it to other boards across town. I think that's a great idea. I would also suggest, if it's appropriate, that the opinion from town council also be provided.
No, that's confidential. We won't be providing that.
Okay. Is there a summary of it that can be provided?
We can, yeah. I mean, if you want, if there's we can talk about if there are certain things that you're thinking they need to see. But yeah, I think we can provide some sort of summary.
Okay. And then I would just say, while this is exactly what I was looking for, I saw a lot of the other board members shaking their head like, yeah, this is good, we need this. There's so much information on the 7-page opinion, and 80% of the policy was changed. I would ask, we can certainly just, I look forward to the discussion tonight, but I think I would like more time to look at this and process it against Roger's opinion.
Well, so I guess I would say, first of all, that opinion was used to develop this. So and then it was sent back for a review. So there's nothing in there that you're going to find that it wasn't already incorporated into the policy. More importantly, I think, is that if we've received an opinion that every board and committee needs to have this type of public comment. And so the sooner we're able to provide them with a policy for which to follow, the better.
I agree. It needs to be quick. I guess
Yeah.
my point is, from a position of a board member, I want to be able to speak very intelligently to the community about this. And I have not done due diligence on it yet.
With true love and affection, do you think people outside of us really read our policies?
There are people that certainly do, or if they don't, they're still very passionate about this topic.
No, I know.
This is a hot
I
topic.
hear what you're saying.
If you went to the planning board meeting just a few weeks ago, this was a very hot topic.
Yeah,
But just to note, this does not govern the planning board.
I understand that, but we're talking about providing it to them so that they
As
can
a
make a decision on their
effectively
own.
recommended,
I want to be able to understand this fully. If we all want to vote on this tonight, fine.
Yeah.
I just think if there's changes, I'm going to look at it in more detail in the coming weeks, and I may come back and say, hey, Sean, I'd like to revisit this again because I do have a question.
I think absolutely. I think. Sorry, Sean.
No, go ahead.
I agree with you. I mean, there's a lot there. I've read through it, not the
Yeah.
blue line, because I just read two of the same things, and it's like I thought it was just how it was shown on my iPad. But what I read was what this final thing is, and as well as the confidential memo. I think I'm fine with it. To your point, Patrick, there's no reason why we can't amend it June 9th and amend it in 2 weeks.
Right. That's fine if that's people want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Mark had his hand up.
So I would like to move this forward because just by the amount of redlining, I feel like we've got flaws in our current open forum policy. And I think it's important, A, to get a policy in place, and B, start circulating that policy to other committees, and hopefully the other elected boards will choose to implement similar identical policies. I don't know. And if Pat and I'm going to look at this more closely as well, but I did read through this version. Like I said, I didn't really have the ability to compare it to the old version, but it's
Much bigger.
Yeah, it is much bigger, but I did read through it, and it makes sense to me. So I'm ready to move forward with this. And if Pat or anyone else wants to convince Sean to put it on a future agenda, well, that's his prerogative as chair. So for now, though, I would like to move.
Is that your motion?
I would
Well,
I would like to
I-
wait because I think Shelby has something. So I don't want to.
Okay, well, I would just say there are some changes here that I would like to discuss with the board. One, I appreciate that it does codify the fact that it's 10 minutes at the beginning of the meeting, but then we will continue at the end of the meeting for as long as people are willing to entertain their comments. The other thing is there is a change on here because
Can I ask a clarification about that first point? Can we just take that one? Because that was not clear to me about the 10 minutes at the beginning and then this like unlimited time at the end. And that was the recommendation, that it has to be unlimited at the end, because in essence you have to give everyone an opportunity to speak. Is that the punchline?
Well, your current policy already makes it unlimited at the end, but the charter provision is what requires it to be unlimited at the end.
Could I just
Because the
Any person.
the line
comment on that?
Yep.
one second.
Go ahead, Christy.
the line in the charter says
Any person may request an audience with the board. The board is required to hold an audience with this person before adjournment.
before adjournment. That's the challenge with that provision.
Okay.
Do we need a
Can we-
provision? I'm sorry. Do we need a provision that says no person can address the board more than once at a meeting, and also a provision saying that if you don't use your 3 minutes, you don't get to stockpile it?
Well, I think
I mean,
by limiting individuals to 3 minutes, that's in totality, right? That's not, we're not doing sort of town meeting, you may get a second opportunity and everything like that. You get one opportunity and it's a specific amount of time. And then I guess that's the other point I was going to make here. And then, and that's really it. And then you can always come back to the next meeting.
I only remember once, and it was very recently, that we had to continue open forum to the
Yeah, it's not common. I guess where I was going is that the 3 minutes per person would still apply at the end of the meeting for however long people were here.
And I guess that's the other thing for us to discuss is, although everybody has to be heard, there is not a timed requirement for that individual. We have selected 3 minutes. And so there's a recommendation that possibly we consider a different time.
I know 2 was suggested, then you get more people, but I think a lot of people that are coming up, I mean, I don't even know how many honestly use the full 3 minutes, but it could be really kind of intimidating to come before the board for the first time. And I would err on the side of let's keep it at 3 minutes. That's worked well for us as a board. And, you know, if we've got this deluge of people that are like, I want to speak, then they can stay to the end. Or I think it becomes a little bit of a challenge from the chair's seat of who goes and how do you pick, you know, and so, but that's one of the responsibilities of the chair.
I would also say that going back to the follow-up at the end of the meeting, I'm very concerned, and I'm going to look to the chair. It's going to create stress on the chair in regards to, sometimes have, you know, people on the call waiting for executive session to start. So this might have an impact to our ability to have executive sessions moving forward. We've had meetings go to 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
But it's already in our policy that
You know,
way.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's going to be a stress on the chair.
But, I mean, I think.
That's why it gets
you-
paid so
You
much.
sometimes have to reschedule.
That's why we're here.
reschedule
that's
those
why we're here, I
sessions.
guess.
We're here for the
So-
public, we're elected by the public. we're here.
Yep, absolutely.
So, just in that vein, though, let's say we have, I mean, I don't know what discretion the chair has on this, but let's say we have a meeting that, you know, he asks how many people want to speak, and we've got 25 people raise their hands, right? Does he have discretion
That's
to
where I was-
extend that 10 minutes? Or is that 10 minutes set in stone?
Well, so,
That
no,
was
I mean,
He or she, I shouldn't say he, but he being
they,
Sean.
yeah, but I mean, I think typically though, if it's that many people, you would say, okay, we're going to hear the first few and we're going to continue this at the end of the meeting.
That's what you did last time.
Yeah, and that worked out really well. I got really good feedback on that.
Yeah, I mean, if we had 4, and so it looks
I
like
would've
it's
gone
going to be
12.
15 or something, you know, 12 or 15, then I think you do it in the beginning. But if it's going to go.
And I believe
at
the chair, I
end-
mean, our times are all estimates for the time, so we put 10 minutes. I would rather, instead of asking someone to wait, to your point, 1 or 2 people to wait to the end of the meeting, I'd just go 15 minutes.
Right.
So
That-
I guess. do
Right,
we-
but is there discretion to do
That,
that?
yeah, do we need to put that in, number 1?
Or is that
This
just,
time will be at this additional time would be at the discretion of the chair.
I don't know if we need that in. I mean, we're never on schedule
You
anyway.
asked the question.
Well, I mean,
Minimum of 10 minutes will be.
I think it's a policy that should be followed. So I think when you put a lot of opportunity for discretion in there, you sort of run the risk of,
abuse, yeah.
or not necessarily abuse, but like not being
Confusion.
consistent.
Yeah,
But I also think that some of the things you're talking about have been the policy of the select board for at least the last 15 years, and it hasn't been an issue. So to whatever extent that makes you more comfortable.
Right.
All right.
Well, so the suggestion was there, could you put that a minimum of 10 minutes will be set aside?
I think that implies that there might be more. I'd actually rather leave it as it is and leave it to the chair. I'd rather have someone call us on it and
I'd also
say,
rather not the chair cut off the last person because they hit the.
yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay, yeah.
Sean, did you have other comments? Because we kind of took that one and
No,
ran with
no,
lots of
I think
discussion.
that was it. I think overall, I think this is a very nice update to the policy. It also specifies some things in terms of kind of what's allowed and what isn't. I mean, it would be, and if we look at some of these updates on page 2, basically, it really talks to, you know, recognizing that folks have the freedom of speech and that there would have to be something, I guess, pretty egregious said for somebody's remarks to have to be cut off. Like they would basically have to openly threaten us,
Yeah.
you know, threaten our lives.
Yeah, or do something.
Hate speech.
Yeah.
Non-privileged
you know,
speech.
so.
Pretty clear.
Because we want to make it clear, this is folks' opportunity to come before us and
Yeah.
tell us how they feel.
Yeah,
I actually really like the changes. It clarifies it, and it also provides guidelines for us because we don't want to be in violation.
Yeah, no, I think it's a great enhancement. I think it gives the board kind of the foundation that we need, and you know, also really recognizes that people get passionate about things and they have a right to say it to us, and we have a responsibility to hear it. Patrick, I appreciate your comments just from earlier about kind of wanting to look at this, but I think this, it's a lot, but I think the sooner we get this out, and I'm approving, I approve of all the changes.
I'm all for that. I'll support it as is. I'm just saying, again, I'm glad to hear the board. It seems like you guys are receptive to the idea. If we do have,
Yep.
as with any policy, if we have any future changes, we can come back.
Can I,
So-
can I make one other, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead if you have one more
Okay.
comment.
So in terms of, well, maybe we should approve it and then kind of talk about like the rollout. So
Shelby, Sean can order you to be silent.
I'll
you can
move.
try. I have free speech. No, just kidding.
I will move to approve the open forum policy as amended, retaining the 3 minutes versus 2 minutes per speaker.
Second.
Okay. All right. Any comments? No? All those in favor? 5-0. Thank you very much, everybody.
Sean, regarding comments, so not about just the rollout. So my hope would be for any board that we appoint, that this goes to the chair of the board, and if there is a vice chair in the committee, that with maybe an explanation of kind of why we're making the change, incorporating some of those elements I think Patrick was asking for, and we ask them, this might put pressure on Amanda, we ask them to sign off on that. And anytime going forward, any person takes the role of a chair, that they understand this. I mean, it kind of goes back to that whole, is anyone actually reading the committee handbook, which we're not talking about tonight, but at least for this initial round for current folks, like, how do we know they're going to adhere to it? So,
Yeah, I mean, we would definitely explain what this is and why it's coming. And I guess I'm not sure what you mean by acknowledgement. I mean, in terms of making sure that it's being followed, the town clerk posts all of the agendas.
Yep.
So we would talk to them about making sure
Good
that
point.
public comment is on everyone's agenda.
Yep.
And then, they can certainly give this out
Yep.
with all the other things that people have to do when they get sworn in.
well, just given our,
So.
I don't know, given our new website and given like how we, I know there's like, you sign up to be on a committee. I mean, can't we just drop this in here and have someone like do a, yep, I read it. I don't know. It seems pretty simple to me, but maybe we don't have the technology for that.
We don't have them sign off on any other policies. They go through the town clerk's office. So if we want to do something different, we just don't know.
Yeah, I think this is a big change. So this is a big change, and I think people get a million things, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, it's a policy from the select board.
Well,
It doesn't apply to me.
And I think rather than having to make,
But
but
if they sign it, that's all I care about.
But rather than having every chair sign it, because obviously a lot of these committees don't get folks before them for open forum. It's just that whatever the agenda, item 1 is open forum.
Well, we
Whether or
don't-
not you think you'll get folks, item 1 is open forum. So it's always listed there and everybody's aware that it's there.
Yeah, yes, I love the idea of the town clerk playing a role. What ones are required to follow this? So that's a great check. But I just feel like there has to be some accountability at the individual level. That's all.
Maybe give them the template, open form required, right? Here you go. This is your starting template for every single agenda.
That's an idea. Like, here's your agenda template. Use this.
Okay.
Maybe that's the way we do it. That's a great idea.
Most boards and committees have some level of staff support as well. So we can push it out through staff.
Okay. All right.
But we
Point made.
can validate that by checking agendas.
Yeah. And we'll
Okay.
We're clear that every board and committee has to do this. So we will definitely make
everyone
sure that
under
that
our
happens.
authority.
And mine. Yeah.
And yours. Correct.
Yeah, and just to be super clear for anyone watching still, that this policy that we've accepted only applies to this board and our boards and committees that we appoint, and we're going to share it effectively as a recommendation to all others.
Right. Yep.
That includes AFC, that includes
all.
Okay,
Includes all.
let's
Yep.
move on.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to be clear.
With the
So people
acknowledgement that
aren't
it's-
like, why aren't you enforcing something? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think
Okay.
a lot of those other boards and committees have public comment already.
Yep.
So
Okay. All right, item number 14, firefighter union memorandum of agreement. The town and the fire union have successfully completed negotiations for a 3-year successor agreement for the period fiscal year 2027 through fiscal year 2029. So, although it has been, well, I don't know if you want to talk to this, and then I'll read the thing, or,
I think you just read it.
Yeah, just read it.
okay.
It's not about the-
Previously approval of the terms of the agreement in executive session is not required to revote in open session. The MOA becomes a public record once fully executed, and the board must promptly disclose the agreement and its terms in open session. That is what I do now. Okay.
Go.
I'm pleased to announce that the town and local 3070 of the International Association of Firefighters have concluded negotiations for a successor agreement for the period July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2029. While the board previously authorized approval of the terms of the agreement in executive session, I would like to take the opportunity to publicly share the highlights of the agreement. Wage adjustments, annual cost of living adjustments of 2.5% in fiscal years 2027 and 2028, and 3% in fiscal year 2029, with additional step adjustments for the lieutenant and captain ranks based on market conditions. EMT stipends will increase by $250 in each contract year to $5,500 in fiscal year 2029. Paramedic stipends will increase by $1,000 per year to $15,000 in fiscal year 2029. The introduction of a $300 referral bonus for recruitment of new hires. The agreement also includes a voluntary wellness program through which members can earn sabbatical time through participation in activities focusing on firefighters' physical and mental well-being upon reaching specific wellness goals. Extra duty detail pay for third-party or private pay details will increase to $75 per hour. Implementation of the agreement is subject to town meeting funding of the cost items contained in the contract at the October special town meeting. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. On to item 15, the Westborough TV contract.
So as you're aware, last year we entered our first year of a contract with Westborough TV. It is a 3-year contract, but we only had identified the costs for the first year. We didn't work with Westborough TV as we led into the budget season this year. And so ultimately we'd be paying for in fiscal 27, $232,376. We're memorializing that as an amendment to the contract. So in the future years, you'll see this amendment come forward likely closer to the budget process, so that this is all finalized for July 1. And again, this is the amount that was approved at town meeting. So you would just authorize me to sign it.
I move to authorize the town manager to execute the amendment to the contract between the town and Westborough TV as presented.
Second.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. Any other questions? All those in favor? 5-0 being present. Thank you, Christy. Okay, our next item, the appointment of a select board representative to the planning director search committee.
So at the last planning board meeting, the planning board established a search committee. That's the planning board chair and vice chair, a select board representative, town manager, a department head assigned by the town manager, community development director, and then a resident. So there's currently seeking residents who are interested. So the select board would just need to name your representative to the search committee.
Do we know when this starts, Christy, and about how long it's expected to go?
The job has been posted. I suspect it'll run probably parallel to the fire chief search. So throughout the summer, this is a pretty difficult position to fill across the Commonwealth. So it could go into the fall. Hopefully it won't, but it could.
Okay.
I would just, I'd be interested in this one. I mentioned earlier from the fire chief have done that. I've not done planning, but, so I will throw my name as a potential candidate for the select board representative, but open up to others as well.
All right, Ian, thank you. Others?
I'm not interested in this one, but I will say thank you, Ian, for putting your name in the hat. My logical thought was Mark, just because of his background with the planning board and kind of understanding that in great detail.
Well, you know,
but I don't know if he's, he's interested.
I mean, I'm certainly interested in doing it. I mean, 16 years on the board, I feel like I have some knowledge of what a planner does, but I also don't want to step on Ian's toes and defer to him as having gone through this before.
Are you interested in fire, chief?
Well, this was actually my way of getting out of the fire, chief. No, honestly, I'm more interested in this one. Clearly, that's a passion of mine. I wouldn't have done it for that long if I didn't find it, almost as fascinating as these meetings.
Mark, can I just ask, so I guess for myself, I'd say, I'd throw my name in the hat, but I'm not like, got to do it. So, I appreciate you stepping forward.
I don't have to
yeah,
say through notice.
yeah.
Of interest, but I'm not
on
the table.
Mark, I mean, in many ways, you'd be the logical person for me because of your experience in representing this. We sort of get like a 2-for-1. On the other hand, like, I guess I'm just asking, like, does your years, do your years of experience, like, and like, I'm not finding the right way to phrase this. Not for any reason that I think I'm just tired. Like, can you look at it from like the lens of a select board member without being like in that seat of being in like the planning board? Like, do you feel like, am I making any sense? Does anyone know where to go?
No, I know exactly. That was my concern too. I mean, you were there a long time, and it's logical as you know it, but in the sense they have the chair and the vice chair, and a select board representative. You're going in representing the select board, not representing or being a planning board member. So it's just that it is unique.
And you have history with it's not like, oh, I don't know these people. Like, they have history with you too. So I just
I mean, I'm fine. Honestly, I'm fine stepping aside if you guys think Ian. I mean, I know Ian will do a good job with it, and it's certainly not like my. I'm not the only one who could do it, right?
Yeah.
But I also feel like, I have a pretty in-depth understanding if they ask a planning question, whether it's a good answer, right?
Yeah, you'd sort of be like a little bit of that subject matter expert. I mean,
Yeah, and
like if you're a resident, if you're a resident and you weren't on any of these boards and you said, hey, I've done this before, it might be like, whoa, this guy like knows what you're talking about.
Yeah. So, and from the standpoint of a search committee, it still has to go back to the planning board for approval. So, I would think that that's the, you're really just narrowing down 2 or 3 candidates if we can even get that many, which has been a challenge in that job. So,
You guys wrestle it out.
No, maybe it's the board's decision. I didn't say it on the table. I just threw my name in there as one that would be more interested in this in the fire, just because I've done other.
Well, I want Shelby and Pat to do the fire because of their feelings about it. No, I just think if again, we don't have to appoint the fire now.
Right.
Yeah.
No, it's interesting. I think, Mark, I think because of your vast amount of experience on the planning board, I mean, I don't want to say it's a negative. I think you know such tremendous detail. I think that
Well,
I think it shifts the committee.
Well, I think it shifts the committee. I'm not like dying for this, but I know the zoning, right? Right, and so if somebody answers the zoning question, you have the town, the chair and the vice chair are already on
And
it,
community
so-
development
So
director.
they know the zoning too, right? So do you really need me on there that knows the zoning as well? But
But it's also sort of philosophical. How are you going to approach this job? What do you see as the priorities for the community? Blah blah blah. Christy, do we know who the other department head is yet? As to be assigned.
It's likely someone in Public Works.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I think you both bring really valuable.
I can throw your name in there too. I'm not.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm interested. But I think you both bring valuable perspective and experience from two totally different lenses and most of the time approaches. I'm trying to think of what experience is most needed on this search committee, right? And kind of what do we need as a board in the next planning director?
honestly, we're spending way too much time. It's just that we can just have you into it. That's fine.
Well, I don't think, no, this is important. This is a
It is
big,
important.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
And this is
honestly-
our opportunity to have input because we don't have a vote of
Yeah.
this selection, right? But there's no concurrence with the select board, right?
No.
It's, no, we'll remember when we had the member.
Yeah.
No, this would be just purely to search for the candidates. Yeah. We're spending way too much time on this.
Right.
Oh, it's getting
Yeah.
late. All right.
All right, thanks.
I'm not part of the table here.
I don't know.
I'll tell you
I'm
what,
gonna make a motion. I would move to designate Mark Silverberg to serve as select board representative to the planning director search committee.
I'll second that.
Now we discuss. Moving it forward. And again, either way, this is not like a personal thing. I just
Yeah. Everybody here could do it. I
anyone.
have faith in all of you.
Here's the reason why. I think Mark brings, when I look at, he brings a perspective now sitting in the seat that none of us bring because of with the intricacies of planning. And I think he can, however we would convey that to him, he's seen enough of sort of some of the challenges that have happened with the Rotary project, with ATSC, I don't know, pick, the Ruggles Street.
Well, he's got all the history too.
He's got history.
Yeah.
And I think, and he's got a lot of context, no offense, Ian, that I think could be really helpful to the committee as it relates to this particular position. So that's.
Thank you.
Yeah, do you have any concerns with other members of that committee?
Do I? No, I don't have any concern with any of this.
Okay.
You know, motion in a second.
Oh, we got a first and a second. Okay, pardon me. All right. Move to vote. All those in favor? Okay.
Thank you.
5-0.
Thank you, Mark.
Whole list of people, right?
Okay, yes, so there was an initial motion, but we actually have,
Oh, no, just one youth commission person, sorry.
no.
We have all.
Oh,
So if we go up to page 3 of our packet.
Well, it's a new packet. It's also underneath her per resume.
Oh, did they add it again at the bottom? Okay.
I read this last year. I was doing it this year.
Would you like a motion?
Oh, yes, that'd be great.
All right. Are we doing these all in one fell swoop?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. I would move to appoint the following individuals to the following boards and commissions as stated. Brian McLaughlin, Cable Television Advisory Board, term to start July 1, 2026, term ending June. Let me start over
I
again.
think you should do the term
Yep.
ending date.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, let me start over again. The following individuals with a term to end June 30, 2027. Brian McLaughlin, Cable TV Advisory Board. Steve Hart, Cable TV Advisory Board. Daniel Schur, Central Massachusetts Regional Planning Commission. Gary Bowman, Sandra Pond Wardens. Peter Bowman, Sandra Pond Wardens. Ishanti Datta, Sustainable Westborough. Michael K. Van Ness, Veterans Advisory Board. Al Turnus, Veterans Advisory Board. Andy R. Turok, Veterans Advisory Board. James J. Tepper, Veterans Advisory Board. Colin D. Murphy, Veterans Advisory Board. Maurice D. Hears, Veterans Advisory Board. John Gallinal, Veterans Advisory Board. So those are ending 2027. I'll do the other ones separately.
I think you can do them all.
Okay. And the following with terms ending on June 30, 2028, Hank Roush, Affordable Housing Trust. And the following ending on June 30, 2029, Andrew Koenigsberg, Conservation Commission. Joe Cushing, Conservation Commission. Leslie, Disability Commission. That one is with Town Manager concurrence. Jeffrey Levine, Sustainable Westborough. Donna M. Perinace, Sustainable Westborough. And I think that captured it.
Second.
No, and Arlisha Miller to the Youth Commission.
That's a new one. These are reappointments.
So we can't do reappointments and appointments in the same
Yeah.
motion?
Well, let's go with what we got. We'll come back to it.
Sure.
All right. We get a second?
Second.
All those in favor? 5-0.
Okay.
Okay. And then you want to go back.
I'll move to appoint
Great.
Arlisha Miller to the Youth Commission with a term ending June 30th, 2029.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Arlisha, thank you very much for joining the Youth Commission.
Thank you all those stepping up for reappointment.
Yes, much appreciated. Okay, request to approve the meeting minutes of May 26th and May 27th.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right. Assuming that was 5, okay.
Yep.
Town manager report.
At your last meeting, you did a letter of support for the Public Works Director related to a sewer project and asked what the town match would be. So that is approximately $90,000 for that as a match to the Housing Works grant, with funding expected to come from previously appropriated sewer enterprise funds designated for the rehabilitation of sewer infrastructure. The Assistant Town Manager, Recreation Director, and I met with 2 students who represent Westborough Forward, which are high school students who are looking to facilitate engagement between young people in the community. So they wanted to specifically talk to us about the community center. So we talked to them about the project, but also about programming that we might have at the community center that would engage teens. So looking forward to working more with them, specifically Jen Kirkland. At the farmers market, when they came before you, they had encouraged the town departments to have a presence at the farmers market. So we were able to coordinate one table for where we will rotate through all of our departments. So starting this Thursday, we will have the Board of Health at the table. In addition to that, sort of one Town of Westborough table will be the Senior and Social Services Department will have their own table every week at the farmers market, and then the library is also having a separate table on another schedule. The select board schedule, as you know, has an amended summer schedule and then also throughout the holiday season. So I just listed all of your meetings between June and January in order to capture the tri-board meetings so that you can put those on your calendar. under department head updates, the library's having their second summer at the temporary location. So their summer reading challenge this year is Plant a Seed. They're doing an adult program, Horsepower Trivia, on July 16th at 6:30. They also said that construction continues to progress with their 55 West Main Street location, with working towards completion this fall. Sustainability coordinator gave you a great update earlier today, but there's some more detail here. They've secured a grant of about $220,000 in green communities, which was awarded on March 4th to replace 2 transformers at the Mill Pond School and the high school. They're also expected to these upgrades are expected to reduce carbon emissions by 22.37 tons of CO2. And then there's more information about the work she's doing with the students, which she talked about earlier. The Recreation Department summer concert series at Bay State Common will feature 3 free concerts on July 16th, 30th, and August 13th. So the department has worked with representatives from the farmers market to offer these free concerts immediately following the markets. And then the golf course is off to a strong start, with revenue in April and May exceeding what they made last year in March, April, and May. And then they said the course anticipates a strong June to close out the fiscal year. That's it.
Christy, thank you very much. Very much. Okay, so it being 10:30, I move to issues and correspondence of the select board.
I'll go
Anybody
first.
care to go? Sure.
Very quickly. I had an opportunity to present to the 8th grade class at Gibbons, collaborative between science and civics, working on a proposed 28th Amendment. So they had met with Rep. McGovern, and they had reached out to me to be a member of the select board. So I talked to the kids about local work and policy, and it was great. So really appreciate that opportunity, and hopefully I did well for all of you. Mr. Chair, I was hoping that we could get an update from the 250th committee, like presentation, so people would know like what's going on and when. Would that be our next meeting? That would be our opportunity.
Sounds great.
We could do that, like a splash kind of. Yeah, thank you.
Yep,
That's all
that
I
sounds
got.
great. Thank you, Shelby.
You're welcome.
Mark?
I'm sorry. I know it's late. I just wanted to say thank you to staff for the What's New Westborough flyer. That was amazing. Well done. And I would encourage everybody to go to that because there's a lot of good updates that I will not repeat here. Westborough Connects also came out with their new newsletter. Again, tons of really good stuff in there. It's a free newsletter that comes in email. Please sign up for that because there's a lot of things. There's so much going on in this town that not everything gets into those.
Which is why we have you.
Yes. Well, Thursday night is the farmer's market, and I just wanted to put a plug in for that because it's the opening day. Just a reminder to everybody to please go down, shop, and see your neighbors. Friday night is the summer music, summer music festival that the Westborough Student Council is putting on. You also have the Westborough boys tennis is in the state semifinal at 4:00 at Newton North High School, which is amazing. And then on Sunday, June 21st, there is a Jimmy Fund fundraiser, Corinne's Coffee House, which will be at the Congregation B'nai Shalom from 2 to 4:30. And really quickly, we have the Otis Street project coming up soon. I was hoping we could ask Chief Minardi to do a little extra enforcement during that project on streets like Fisher and Arch Street that will most likely see increased traffic related to that project. So I know there were already busy streets, but I just would like to see police presence on those if possible. And then finally, I would just like to remind everybody that summer starts June 21st, and the summer dress code starts June 21st.
We
So-
thought you started in the last meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because I'm the only one in a jacket, I thought I'd remind everybody, so.
Hey, you look sharp.
Good one.
I'll make it quick. I don't have anything tonight.
That was quick. Thank you. Ian.
I will be very quick. I thought I was going to say nothing because I thought that Mark was going to say it, but I'm wondering whether the board would be interested, because of the Otis Street project, the sign's up, but perhaps having the DPW manager or someone just give us an update, but really the town an update on what's happening there, what to expect, et cetera, because it is a big project, as we know. But I think the community would benefit from having that hearing about it.
Just to piggyback on that a little bit, and I don't know if it would be DPW, but I know that Mass DOT is doing a big project on Route 20, right over the line up by the YMCA and everything, which I think would interest a lot of Westborough residents, and it might be, again, I don't know that that would come from DPW though, so.
All right, thank you. Yeah, just one quick thing. I'd also like to congratulate Westborough Connects on their new physical location, moving into 21 East Main Street on July 1st. And with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, Westbrook TV.